Doesn't sound like it.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, let me try the, yeah, that's coming up, isn't it?
A minute. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Well, I'm not getting the best audio from you folks, but I guess that's the way it's got to be. You can hear my video, okay, or my audio, is that right?
I can hear and see you both.
Yeah, we can hear and see you.
Okay.
And I think it might help if we stay on mute and less talking.
Yeah, it isn't so much that as it is, well, no problem. Vicki, let's go live.
Okay, we did go live so that we could connect with you.
All right, very good.
So we are ready to start anytime.
Ready to begin. Okay, thank you very much. This is the regular meeting of the Blaine County School District number 61 Board of Trustees, held this 21st day of July 2020 at 6 p.m. I'll call the meeting to order, and Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Trustee Green,
Present.
Trustee Lorna, Trustee Lorna. Oh, she's Trustee Stone,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Present.
and Trustee Rourke.
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All 5 trustees are present, so there is, in fact, quorum, and I will declare that quorum. Let's move then quickly to the agenda approval. Has every one of the trustees received a copy of the agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And are there any suggested amendments, changes, or clarifications to that agenda?
No.
I have none.
No.
I then will entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
I move we approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
Do I have any discussion? It has been moved and seconded. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chair votes with the ayes, and we'll move then to consideration of the minutes of our last meeting. Has everyone received a copy of those minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably be easier if I just ask if anyone has not. Say that. Right. That being the case, again, I will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? You've heard the motion to approve the minutes. I'll call a question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Chair votes with the ayes. Those minutes are approved. Next, we have the consideration of the monthly financial reports. Has each trustee received a copy of those financials?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, and are there any questions about those financials?
I have one question, Chairman Rourke.
Please go ahead, Trustee Turner.
Yeah. Again, and I'm relatively new to this presentation of financial information, but I was hoping that at some point we could look at variances of categories of expenses versus budget, so that we had the ability to track whether we are ahead or behind of on our budget. I know this was that Mr. Fletcher has explained that the expenditures are lumpy, and that we don't that many times they don't look they don't proceed in a linear fashion. But I still think it would be nice to know if we are tracking wildly in variance of certain budget items, especially in considering with the school being closed in the spring. It would be nice for me to understand, for one, what it costs to operate the district when we don't have kids in the classroom versus when we do have the kids in the classroom. So that's just probably just a point of order. If at some point we could look at look at these, variances to budget, just so we could see if we have any surprises coming up.
Is Mr. Fletcher present?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to address that, Brian?
Certainly. Typically, Trustee Turner, we do have a report. We start that in August, and that report does take a look at the overall general fund revenues versus budgeted. And we look at that on a monthly basis because our revenues are extremely lumpy. There are some months where we expect near zero in terms of our revenue for that particular month because very little comes in, nothing from the state, nothing from the county. Then there are other months where we'll get 10 or 15 or 20%. We do the same thing with expenses, lower in July and August because those are non-operating months, but then higher at an even amount over the course of the remaining months. And so we compare that budgeted to actual or actual to budgeted in a graphic manner so that you can see how we're tracking. Expenses is very helpful. It really kind of gives us a pretty good idea when we're off. And the revenues, as you had mentioned earlier, is very lumpy, but it at least gives us an indication whether we're tracking in the right direction. It usually takes till about November to get a gist of that. So that is information and data that we do provide on a monthly basis. However, if you'd like to look at something different, we can certainly put additional support material and information together for you.
Trustee Turner?
Yeah, I think it's perhaps a discussion I could have offline with Mr. Fletcher between meetings. I appreciate the commentary.
Very good. Are there other questions or comments about the monthly financials?
I have a question, but I think Laura did first. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, Laura. Trustee Stone.
I thought Trustee Turner was asking for that report as a breakdown of expenses so that you can see from each category how they're performing as opposed to just the total amount of expenses versus revenues, which is also what I would like to see. So if that's something that you guys talk about, I think that would be more helpful, and maybe not every little category, but some subcategories in between would be helpful, especially ones that are laid out maybe the way we'd like to look at the budget at the end of the year. So we're already looking at it and familiar with it throughout the year. Thank you.
And now Trustee Lerner, for you.
I just have a credit card question. Goodness, sorry, hard coming out of my mouth today. The Mike Chatterton's credit card I'm still seeing is active. I did see your name under it. So is there something that?
If I could be direct with that, American Express has seemed to be incompetent in getting that off of there.
Okay, well, I saw your name on top of it. So
Yeah.
I didn't know if they had.
There should be nothing billing to Mike Chatterton's card. Mike Chatterton's card's actually inactive. I've had multiple conversations with him. It seems as though the best resolution we're going to have is to migrate away completely from American Express.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chairman Rourke.
Yes, go ahead.
Someone let me know that there's no sound on the live stream of our meeting right now.
Oh.
It's convenient.
I'll look into that right now.
I had nothing to do with that. I don't know who did.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people saying that there's no sound on the YouTube.
I'm not hearing back, so I'm imagining they're trying to fix it right now.
Who do we have on that, Vicki? Who handles that part of things?
Teresa is the one that has been setting up these meetings and connects the YouTube line. They've had some problems with it the last couple meetings.
Okay. I think what I
Told me
would
that
like
they
to,
just heard something, so I don't know.
I was gonna say,
We'll see. I guess we have to keep talking for people to know whether or not they can hear us.
we're talking, yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. I have the video up and there's nothing.
Oh, they could hear the technician's voice a minute ago, but they can't hear us.
now we see the technicians working. We can see the,
Here's what I want to do. Let's go ahead with the consideration of personnel. Well, we've got to finish the monthly financial reports. Does anybody else have any question regarding those? All right, that being the case, I will entertain a motion to approve the monthly financials.
I move we approve the monthly financials.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. Those reports are in fact approved. Next, we have consideration of personnel exiting and entering. Dr. Holmes, do you want to bring us up to date on that, please?
you'll see on the report that we have filled most of our teaching vacancies. Unfortunately, we have one more now with the unexpected death of our beloved teacher in Cary. And of course, we have picked up one bus driver, but we need many, many more. So.
All right. Anybody have any questions about entering or exiting personnel? All right, hearing none, let's move on to the approval of the 2020-2021 Local Education Agency Representative for Title I. Give us an idea of what that's all about, if you would, please, Dr. Holmes.
Chairman, we need to vote on the list of exiting and entering personnel.
Why do we have to vote on it? Do we have to approve that?
Yeah, we have to approve all certified hires.
Right.
All right. All those in favor of the personnel exiting and entering report, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Ayes have it. Let's move on then to the 2020-2021 Local Education Agency Representative for Title I. Dr. Holmes, you were about to tell us what that's all about.
Right. Title I is a federal program that provides additional dollars to schools that have a significant number of students from low-income homes enrolled in them. 4 of our 5 elementary schools receive some degree of Title I funding and it is to be over and above what the district provides. So we have to provide all our elementary schools some kind of parity in funding, and then the Title I lays over and above. And then it requires, of course, a lot of federal reporting and reporting to the state. And so the state always wants to know who our representative for Title I is going to be. And I'm recommending Erin Bronson. That is a part of her job as special programs or student programs. And so you just need to make that official action so we could tell the state she is our representative for this.
Any questions about that from the trustees?
Just one is trying to kind of maybe save some time here, but with A and B, are those both recommending the Erin Bronson for both those positions?
Yes, because Erin Bronson, when after Debbie Gutnick retired, we combined those 2 positions. So all of those special programs, English language learners, special education, Title I, 504s, all of those now are housed under Erin. And there's also a lot of regulations and compliance work with that. So she has an assistant that helps her with that.
So would it, I guess I'm deferring to the chairman here, but would it be okay if we appointed her, just combine those two items together and appointed her to both of those in one motion?
Yeah, we can do that. Let me make sure, however, that the record is clear. The first category or the first job title would be the local education agency representative for Title I. The second would be the appointment of the 2020-2021 McKinney-Ventral Act liaison.
That's correct.
B-
And that is basically
both-
the program for homeless students.
Okay. And both of those have been recommended by Dr. Holmes to be Aaron Bronson. Any questions about that? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we appoint Aaron Bronson as the 2021 Local Education Agency Representative for Title I and the 2021 LEA McKinney-Vento Act Liaison for Children and Youth Experiencing Homelessness.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor of the appointments as recommended signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. Those appointments are approved. Now we move to draft policies. Let's begin with 563, and that is the policy on head lice. I believe we took this up earlier in an information on the.
Transportation approval first.
Pardon me?
I think there's
Oh,
an item.
excuse me, that is correct. The transportation approvals. And again, Dr. Holmes, if you can bring us up to date on that.
Sure, and I'll ask Brian to unmute and fill in because he is the one who directly supervises Mr. Doby and transportation. But there are some things by statute that the board is to approve every year. And one of them is just the parameters of where we're going to pick up kids and where we're not. That's exactly the same as last year. We are required by state law to either provide transportation to students that live 1.5 miles out from the school or declare it a non-transportation zone, but we provide transportation to students much closer, as you see in that. Then the safety approval and where we're going to back up and not back up, and bus route approval, what are the parameters for bus routes. All of those are exactly the same as last year. We did consider whether we should reduce the amount of busing we were doing because of the strain we were having in finding drivers, but are going to try to make it work. There's enough uncertainty and choppiness in this coming school year without adding that to the pot. So it's exactly
Any
the same
questions?
as last year.
Any questions of Dr. Holmes? All right.
Wait, I had one question. I'm sorry, I had one.
Please go ahead, Trustee Stone.
There was one change to the bus routes because we told Hemingway that they would be bused, and I didn't see anything on there about that. I wondered if that should be in there somewhere.
Dr. Holmes or Brian, whomever.
I don't know that that changes it because in those bus routes, what we basically say is that we will provide transportation if you live 0.5 miles away from your school. We don't speak anything to boundaries there, with the exception of being students who have to cross a major highway without a manned crossing, or middle school students who have to cross without a flashing light. And there's one pickup and one drop-off location. We don't have a different location every day. So I'm looking at the others. Because they're pretty broad and generic, I don't think we need to add the, and unless you are intending to make Hemingway forever and ever, kids bus to Alturas, like new incoming kids, we would not change the zones for the various school programs.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Stone?
No, I think that given the concern about that issue and our promise to people that we would provide a bus, I'd feel more comfortable if we approved this with an amendment that stated, and I think your point that we're not approving it forever, we're approving it for the students. And we'd want to word it in a way that showed that we were approving it for the students who were attending in this year and that we will continue to send them down there. And then when there are no longer any of those kids, we would need to then remove it from those notes. But I think it's important to include it.
So it would be students who were previously enrolled in DI at Hemingway and are completing the program at Alturas.
Yeah, that's good. I think that sounds good. And maybe,
All right.
yeah, yes, right. I think that's it.
Okay.
Then Trustee Stone, do you want to phrase that in terms of a motion?
I move we approve the transportation policies. Is that what we're doing? Transportation policies?
Parameters.
Transportation parameters with the amendment that we will provide transportation for the students who were in the DI program at Hemingway who will now be attending Alturas until they complete the program at Alturas.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Now do we have a second? Moved and seconded. You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as stated signify by saying aye.
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 Yeah. And those opposed? All right, hearing no opposed, the motion passes with the approval having been made. Now we move on to the two policies that are under consideration for action tonight. Let's begin with policy 563, which concerns the always warm and fuzzy topic of head lice. Do you want to speak to that, Dr. Holmes?
Sure. This is a new policy that follows a long-time procedure that we have been following in the district, and kind of walks the center line, because there are many things in education. There are two opposing viewpoints. There's the viewpoint that it doesn't matter if kids have head lice, just let them go to school because lice don't really harm you. Then there's the other point of view, which it matters greatly if kids have head lice because they're sharing them with other kids, and they shouldn't be in school at all if they have lice or nits, which are the eggs that attach themselves to the hair strands. This policy then now codifies the procedure we've been following, where if a child is found to have head lice, we send them home and do not allow them back in until they have no live lice. And but if they still have dead nits attached to the hair shaft, we allow them to return. And we also inform parents when appropriate that their child might have been exposed to this. So it just puts down what we've been doing for some time. And we had a couple parents that were on the policy committee when this came through. And then we had some nurses. And so we had both viewpoints, and I think we found the middle.
That's fascinating. Who's in charge of nitpicking?
I used to do that as a principal. So nurses and principals, and I'll race you any day on nitpicking.
No, you won't. All right. Are there any questions about that particular policy? That again, that's 563 head lice. No questions. I will then entertain a motion to approve policy 563 as drafted.
I'll make a motion to approve policy 563 drafted.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Then I'll call the question. The motion before you is whether or not to approve policy 563 head lice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed? Hearing no opposed, the motion is approved, as is policy 563. Moving then to policy 562, having to do with the hot topic, communicable diseases. again, Dr. Holmes, do you want to give us a
Sure.
background on that? We've already taken it up on an
Yes.
information agenda.
If you look at version 3, you'll see that we fixed the piece that Trustee Green pointed out last time, as procedures didn't need to be in the middle of that page, and attach the procedures so you can actually see them going forward. And basically what this does is takes a very old policy that was drafted and put in place in the time of HIV, and tries to expand it to make it apply to all communicable diseases, so that as we go through this time of life where there's a different disease every few years, it applies to a broader range.
Any questions of Dr. Holmes regarding this policy? All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve policy 562, dealing with communicable diseases.
I'll make the motion to approve policy 562 as drafted.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the ayes have it. Again, policy 562, communicable diseases, is approved.
Chairman Rourke, we
Now-
still don't have
yes.
sound. We still don't have sound, and Teresa has not answered Vicky's text. So we have 131 people watching
Yes,
about our
well-
remote learning plan.
yes, I understand. So we don't have any word from Teresa as to why this is happening or whether or not it can be corrected?
Vicky?
No, I've also reached out to Ben. And I will see if I can get a hold of Paul. And maybe we could take a 10-minute recess and
Yeah, I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess, actually a 12-minute recess. We will reconvene at 6:40.
And maybe somebody can hold up a piece of paper that says that, since they don't have any sound.
That's excellent, but my handwriting is so poor. that
Kelly's on it.
I have a notebook.
Yeah, you can do it. My writing's horrible too. Maybe hold it up there for a little while in case somebody misses it.
I'll just lean it on my computer
Yeah, perfect.
or something.
Well, right now, it's not even showing our faces or anything on the YouTube
It's
chat.
Teresa's screen. It's her computer screen.
Okay. Because for a while, at least we were showing up, even though you couldn't hear it.
well, she has 2 connections usually on this meeting, and I can see one of her connections dropped. So that's probably why it's just showing her screen.
I wonder if we can restart the meeting maybe, or restart her connection or something.
There's nothing that we do by restarting that will change the situation.
Okay, it's gonna be on her side.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because
And
it's a separate
fortunately,
process.
it still is being recorded because I do a backup recording.
Well, that's okay. I can't tell off my screen. Has somebody held up the sign that says that we are in recess until?
Kelly's just put it up. Yep,
Okay.
I'm seeing here of it.
Okay, I'm going to try to see who I can find.
All right, we're in recess then until 6:40. Thank you all.
That work?
They're not even getting a feed. They're only seeing Teresa's computer, so it doesn't matter.
No, they're not even seeing anything.
Oh, I forgot about that. Right, good point, Vicky. Vicky, there's nothing you can do to start it yourself, is there yet?
No, I don't have the IT connections, that it's more than just starting the recording.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure the process involved. I'd love to learn someday.
That would be good. We need to figure out who's working on it because it doesn't feel like anyone's working on it.
Oh, somebody just said they could hear me. I got a text.
Teresa's texting me right now, so. Teresa's texting. Teresa just texted and she is working on it as fast as she can.
Okay, great.
Her phone's getting blown up right now, so
Okay, so now I'm hearing that they can hear us, but they can't see us. So that's good. If they can hear us, if you can repeat that, Vicki, so that people know that we're going to start back again at 6:40 and that they're working on the video and the sound. Maybe just point that out every couple of minutes or something. That'd be great.
yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Occasionally the sound does come through.
For all of those that are listening out there, we are on a recess while we are trying to get the YouTube link back up. We have not started discussing the school reopening, so you will all be able to hear that full discussion, and we will be back up and live as soon as possible. Hello to everybody that's joined us out there. We are on a brief recess while we are trying to get the YouTube link back up. We appreciate your patience. We have not started the discussion on the school reopenings yet, so you have not missed anything, and we'll be able to hear that full discussion from start to finish. Thanks, and we hope to be back up soon. I just heard from Teresa that the audio and video is now live. So our recess, we still have 5 minutes left. And if everybody wants to plan on being back at 6:40, we can resume the meeting.
Is your microphone on, Amber? Okay, I can
Yes.
hear you. Good, excellent.
We do have confirmation that the YouTube is back up and live.
Looks like Dan is coming on.
Yeah, I think we're all here.
Okay. Yeah, Laura's not coming up on my screen, but I can hear her voice.
I am there.
All right, we are now back in session, having adjourned for about 12 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen who are watching this on YouTube, we apologize for the break in service. We only handled routine approvals during your absence, and we are now ready to move forward with our discussion and consideration of school reentry. So thank you for your patience. Here's what I want to do, members of the board. I want to have Dr. Holmes fill us in on the changes that have been made since draft one was presented to us in June. I think all of us have now had a good deal more time to go through the plan. We probably have more questions and comments about it. So I'm not interested in going back and repeating what was said in June. We have too much discussion that needs to be had.
Chairman,
Dr. Holmes, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I'm hearing that the echoes are really terrible and it's hard for people to hear what we're saying.
Well, there comes a time. What do you expect me to do about that?
I don't know if we want to let Teresa know and just pause for another minute to see if she can do anything about that. I
All
can't
right.
understand anything we're saying now.
We might have picked a better night for these technical difficulties.
Teresa had to use a backup computer, and maybe that computer is having a little echoing issue.
Okay, so somebody just told me it's clear now. Let's see if it stays that way. It's saying the audio is repeating after a few seconds. I wonder.
This meeting is, excuse me, this meeting is in recess until 6:50. Let's get this fixed.
Okay, so I have a few people, this is Laura, who've been texting me. Can you tell me right now if you can hear an echo or not? It sounds like there's some people who are hearing an echo and some people who aren't.
I have a
I
bit of.
can hear an echo.
Vicky, you can?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's weird. It's about half of people can hear an echo and half of people can't. And that seems really strange. Okay. So let's, I mean, why would it sound okay to some people and not to others? Isn't that thing weird? Now I'm just talking so that people can tell me whether they can hear an echo or not.
Or it's like a weird feedback after you, like while people are speaking. If nobody's talking, you really don't hear it, but it's like some, I don't know, like a high pitched feedback.
And do you hear that? Okay, so one person is saying that people might need to refresh their YouTube stream page to help with the echo.
Well, I just heard the feedback, Laura, when you were speaking, but when Kelly was speaking, I did not.
Oh,
Isn't
so
that
that's
weird?
interesting. I wonder if I should quit and I'll quit and rejoin the meeting and we'll see if that helps. Okay, so I'm back in now. And is it repeating still?
I kind of can hear like the high pitch behind something. So do all of us only have one browser open?
Yeah. Only have one browser open.
Like
The high pitch whining go away?
high pitch.
Does the high pitch whining go away if I mute mine? Is it, let me do it in just a second here. Okay, does it go away?
I kind of can hear like that high pitch behind something. So, yeah, it's just like a whiny noise in the background. Is it recording like that, or because is it something that we continue to move forward with and then, but it's recording okay, so then everyone can see it after?
I think that might be what we have to do if we can't figure this out.
Yeah,
Can
Teresa
we
just asked if it sounded any better.
I don't hear the high pitched noise now.
I'm not hearing it either. And I've got the YouTube up and it doesn't, I don't hear it over there.
Oh, there
I
it
think
is.
maybe we're okay to move forward. So it's me, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It goes away when Laura mutes.
Are we ready to start?
So someone just texted me as well. So we can try.
All right, I'm going to reconvene the meeting. Madam Clerk, because of the confusion, would you please call the roll of trustees again?
Yes, trustee Stone has not joined us. She was going to sign off to see if it was her that was getting that feedback. So we're just waiting for her to join.
All right.
I just talked to Sarah and she's rebooting her computer, so it's gonna take like a minute.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm back.
All right, we're going to try one more time. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Stone,
Present.
trustee Larna,
Present.
trustee Green,
Present.
trustee Turner,
Present.
and trustee Rourke.
Present. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6:54 p.m. on the 21st of July, 2020. We are resuming our regular July meeting. We apologize for the technical difficulties and thank you very much for bearing with us. We are now going to begin our discussion of the school reentry planning process and the draft plan as it exists at the present time. Again, Dr. Holmes, we had, before we took another recess, discussed what I think we need to discuss, and that is what changes have been made between the first draft, I'm going to refer to as draft 1, and draft 2, which we received, I believe, last week.
Okay. So you're asking for the changes, but for my own mental health, maybe, I'm going to start with just two things that we are always doing, and that is always focusing on the safety of our students and making sure that they are all learning. So our mission has not changed. However, the way we're doing it is having to change due to the health of our community. Plans A, B, and C are still there, but there have been some changes. We've added some names to help people understand them a little bit better. Plan A, we've been calling Reunited, which means every student is in school wearing a mask. Mask must be worn on buses, and distancing as much as possible, but strict social distancing of 6 feet apart is impossible. I think last time we talked about that we walked through a lot of classrooms, rearranged furniture, tried to figure out what is the number kids we can get in a classroom and have them socially distanced. And it's the average number across our school district is 12. So of course that is much smaller than our normal class. Plan B is strict social distancing. So if we are in a time of moderate transmission or spread across our community and our health partners are recommending social distancing, that would be Plan B, with only half of the students in school at a time. And one of the modifications we made on that from the first plan was, rather than just having half of them one day and half of them another, is we took all of our K-3 students and put them in school 4 days a week. And just literally going school by school, figuring out which teachers had the proper certifications, because you can't just have any teacher teach certain classes. They have to be properly licensed for whatever they're teaching. We went through all the certifications and all the physical spaces to make sure that they could add that. We tried to make it work for K-5 so that we could have all of our elementary students in school 4 days a week. We could not make that work at all our schools. So Plan B now would be K-3 would go every day, Monday through Thursday. The fourth grade and up and preschool would go every twice a week. And this is just because of the limitations we have on physical space and on the number of teachers. We had some community people who were very helpful in offering space, additional space that we could use. We could use space at some of the space at the community campus, those kinds of things, but you also have to have a teacher in the space, not just kids. So that's another barrier to that. And then Plan C, we're now calling distance learning only. The other modification to that is we now, through partnership with the Idaho Digital Learning Academy, who we have partnered with for many, many years for secondary courses, is now going to be offering elementary literacy and math. So parents who say, I would just like to keep my child home for this first semester or even for the whole year, can be enrolled in a BCSD school. So you're saving your spot at Hemingway or Alturas or Haley or Bellevue, wherever it might be. And your child is taking online classes through IDLA. If that is something you're considering, we would love to have parents really talk with their child's principal so they understand all the ins and outs of what parents are required to do, who would be the teacher of their child, and those kinds of things. So they have good clarity on that. Other things that we've done in the academic area is based on the survey of teachers. We have identified a limited number of platforms where the lessons will be put, so that if you are at Wood River High School, if your child is at Wood River High School, I should say, all lessons will be in Schoology. If your child is at Wood River Middle School, all lessons will be in Google Classroom, so that confusion parents had when teachers were using different platforms. We're trying to eliminate that and make it just a couple, and each school is selecting which one they're going to go with. And that way, all 7 of my classes, if I'm a middle school student, would be on Google Classroom, and I would find my lessons there. One of the other things that teachers told us is that individual or small group meetings can be more impactful than whole class meetings. So we have continued to encourage teachers to post content for kids to review before they meet with the teacher, but then encouraging them to meet with kids in small groups or one-on-one for actually getting the kids involved in the learning, the discussion, the thinking, the problem solving type of thing, based on the recommendation of our teachers. Let's see. We've provided a lot more detail as different groups have worked over the summer and fleshing things out, such as grading and the equity task force at Wood River High School is going to help do training for the other teachers on what does mastery grading look like, instead of grading based on how many pieces of paper or how many online assignments a kid did. Did they ever demonstrate mastery of the concept they were supposed to be learning? Identified more clearly for them what are the initial screening instruments that are to be used. We're broadening that a little bit more than we normally do so that teachers can quickly identify where holes in learning are and work on them, since we're coming back in some cases on an almost 5-month break. Let's see, we've added in there that we would like teachers to communicate weekly with parents about what expected lessons are, especially at the elementary level. The traditional way has been you drop your child off or you pick your child up and you just talk to the teacher face to face. And that's not an option when we're limiting access to our building or in distance learning. So asking teachers to do a weekly communication with parents so they have a better understanding of what is expected to be done. We've got some professional learning community work going on to help teachers, teams support each other, best practices in distance learning, training and book study going on that will help with it. And we're letting each building guide how much they think they need of each, because some teachers spend a lot of time this summer learning a platform like Seesaw. So they don't need to spend a couple days at the beginning of the year on Seesaw. They need to spend a couple days doing something else. So each of the buildings will be figuring out how they want to arrange that. And then we've added the ability in our attendance system to be able to mark if a child is gone due to COVID. And that gives us the ability then for nurses to know who they need to be communicating with South Central Health about, because the parent has reported the child is gone for COVID, either in the family or the child themselves. And it also helps us respond appropriately to their absence versus a child who is absent for an unexcused reason type of thing. Then in health and safety, some of the things that we have added, we've always had superb air handlers. Mr. Royal continues to look at all these different things with we have 2 HVAC technicians who have been looking at it and some engineers, and making sure that we are continuing to have the very best we can have and running our air handlers full speed ahead so that we're bringing in a lot more fresh air. One of the other things in logistics that was in the last plan, but I want to say it again because it's going to be a different way of operating, is we are limiting access to our buildings. The people in our buildings will be the students and the staff, and parents will be able to get to the office and no further. If they need to bring their child something, we will run it to the classroom. We're really limiting who's around the building and adding signage, more signage all the time. Our nurses have refined how to do the symptom screening training for staff so that each morning the teacher can do a symptom screening with the students in their class and send those that might need it further screening to the office. We do have a lot of our PPE materials in. I don't know if I can get this on real quick or not. We have these for all of our teachers now. Can you hear me when I'm behind that? So especially for our teachers that are teaching reading, speech pathologists, world language teachers, we're seeing the child being able to see the teacher's mouth is important. So they can do that, and teachers that want to wear that and their mask, because the children do not need to see their mouth can certainly do that. Got confirmation today that our cloth masks that we have ordered for everybody, including all of our students, are on track to be here by the 10th of August. We keep adding more and more plexiglass all the time, and our buildings and grounds guys are working on some more table dividers and pieces like that to so when students aren't able to be 6 feet apart, there are plexiglass dividers between them. And Mr. Royal keeps ordering more and more of those dropped storage units that we just put out in the back of the school so that teachers can take some of the extra furniture or teaching materials out of their classroom and store it out there for the year, so that our rooms are pretty barren, but that's where they need to be right now as we are trying to social distance. And then the nursing guidelines, I did see that some people were concerned that we didn't have any guidelines on that, and they are in Appendix C on page 64, so if people haven't found them. And then last, I just want to give you an update on the advice that I have been getting from, I talked yesterday with Randy Hall, who is the Director of Emergency Services for St. Luke's, Magic Valley, and Wood River. And he did confirm that Blaine County is keeping their spread low. We're 4 or 5 per 100,000 of our population is infected, and that's keeping it low. So his advice was just keep moving ahead, no change in direction. He did confirm that the largest group of spread right now is in 18 to 35-year-olds. Then this morning I had a conversation with South Central Public Health, Tamara Strong, and actually on one of our breaks here, Melody Barr actually got a hold of me too, who's the director of South Central Public Health. And her number one piece of advice is everybody wear a mask. Wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a mask. Twin Falls, the superintendent in Twin Falls told me he believes that their school district is going to require masks, even though the community is not requiring it. There is quite a bit of spread in Region 4. So if all of the schools in Region 4 were lumped together, the South Central Public Health would be recommending that we go with Plan B, which is strict social distancing. However, we have kept our spread low, so they're open to other things with us at this point. They did confirm for us that they are seeing a large spread in 18 to 24-year-olds. And then they said they've also seen quite a few cases of 14, 16, and 17-year-olds. But they have found no spread in any of the daycares that are operating for essential workers or kids camps type of thing. There has been no spread there. So it helps confirm a little bit maybe the latest study out of South Korea, where the young children are not as greater risk at spreading the virus as the older ones. And that's a hypothesis that needs to be tested further, but that was the first conclusion from that study. So Tamara Strong was telling me that Plan A, having all of our elementary kids in the building, and Plan B, maybe having for secondary kids only, could be a good thing at this point, but they will not approve what we are doing until 14 days in advance. So that means the 1st of August would be the first that they would be approving that. Logan Hudson in their office is working on metrics to help school districts know when to switch between the various plans as cases come up and down. I also asked them about athletic competitions. Should we say that we're not going to allow our students to go compete in places that have a spread of more than 10 cases per 100,000 or whatever the line is we want to draw? That's just a number I threw out there. And they're doing some work on that and should get back to us. So this morning, the cabinet and myself met, and we went around the room and everybody gave their opinion and why on how we should start. Some of the things we talked about was other countries that have been able to reopen their schools with success. By and large, those countries have very low spread, maybe 1 per 100,000, which is even lower than we are here in Blaine County. And they have opened primarily with their younger children. We also talked about the fact that we as educators are essential workers, just like our healthcare workers and our grocery store folks are, and we're core to the operation of our community. So and then we also talked about how the spread is much less in children 10 and under. So I would propose to the board that you consider how much do you want social distancing in place? Because plan A would be without strict social distancing. Plan B would be with strict social distancing. Or are you okay as a board to allow all of our elementary students to return as long as our spread stays as low as it is?
Dr. Holmes?
Yeah.
Dr. Holmes, I simply wanted the differences between the first draft and the second draft.
Okay.
We will get to the other matters according to the technique I laid out.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add?
I have one thing then on as you consider these plans that would have to be considered is if we were on plan B with all students K to 12, we would have to add another tier of buses. That doesn't mean because we can't find more bus drivers, we'd have to have 3 starting times. So some schools would start at 7:30 in the morning, some would start at 8:30, and some would start at 9:15 in order to do the social distancing for all students on the bus. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Chair Green, let me start with you. Your questions for Dr. Holmes?
Whole list. I have a lot. So, and I'm sure that some of my questions will probably be the same as everyone else's. A lot of them are questions that we received in emails. So I'm wanting to give people the, the notice that I did read everyone's emails, and I'm thankful for all the emails we received. Even, it was an inundation of responses. So I'm thankful for all the responses that we received. And so you answered my question regarding masks. I think that was a straightforward thing, that students will be required to wear a mask, or as you talked about it before, a cloth face covering of some sort. One thing that I had addressed earlier with the superintendent was, will there be breaks for students wearing masks? I did have concerns about students wearing masks or cloth face coverings for an extended period of time. It's different than me going into a grocery store and wearing one for, half an hour, 45 minutes, and coming out and being able to take it off. Will these students have, breaks during the day where they can be outside taking their masks off to breathe fresh air? And are there any built-in breaks, or will they be required to wear them during recess?
Okay. There will be breaks as far as lunch, when it's time to get a drink, those kinds of things. If they go outside, they could have a mask break. Not a mask break during recess, though, because when kids are climbing on the jungle gym together and close to each other, or going down the slide one after another, they're not socially distancing. So we would not encourage recess to be a mask-free period of time. And part of the reason why we are going with the CDC's language on the cloth face coverings is because they are much more tolerable for a long period of time, as we saw with our Power Scholars who are finishing up Thursday, I think, of this week down at Bellevue. I prefer myself to wear a surgical mask, but that's because I'm an old lady and it gives me a little more protection, but they are much more uncomfortable than just a cloth mask. But we would expect, especially when they are unable to socially distance, that they be wearing a mask. That's why lunch schedules are being modified in every building depending on the circumstances in their building, so that we can have kids spread apart during lunch, because we know they're going to have to take their mask off to eat. Okay.
So it sounds like from what I've been reading in emails and in my conversations, I've had conversations with a couple teachers. My conversation with Melanie Blacker, who's a 5th grade teacher at Alturas, in some of our emails from teachers, that it's been made known that each school has their own plan, or for plan A, or what we call the face-to-face teaching. So recess from Alturas to Haley Elementary is going to look different, or the way the students come into school is going to look different. So I'm not saying I need to know what the details of each plan currently, but I think it's important that parents that are looking at sending their kids to school are aware of each school's full plan so that they can make a decision whether they're comfortable with what school will look like for their kid versus maybe staying at home. And having some of those aspects of those plans to be uniform between schools. A lot of the comments that we did get last spring was this school's doing this, or this teacher's doing this plan and this is not, and there was a lot of disparity. And I understand schools need their autonomy and have their own culture that they like to follow. But some of the aspects of safety, I think, need to be uniform so that, all schools are, following best practice as far as, socially distancing, cloth face coverings, etc. I think a lot of the comments regarding Plan A, I think one of our best, something that appealed to me, because I know when we make a choice regarding school that we are not going to make everybody happy. It doesn't feel like with all the plans that there is a right choice. It doesn't, like, I personally, even between me and my kids and our discussions, it feels like we've been flip-flopping. Like, I've been really wishing.
Vice Chair Green, please forgive me for interrupting, but to keep things running smoothly, what I would like you to do is get Dr. Holmes to answer all of your questions, because we're going to come back and have you make your comments and suggestions after everyone has had an opportunity to ask questions. I didn't want to interrupt there, but I do think we ought to keep things flowing.
So I guess this would be my question regarding this. You already stated IDLA is an option, but we request that parents sign up by a certain date and that they commit to a certain time period of IDLA so they're not kicking back and forth between online and in-classroom instruction.
We could request that they sign up by a particular date. I don't know how effective it would be at this point, because we opened on July 13th the returning student registration, and as of yesterday morning we had 275 who had done their returning student registration. That's very typical. I'm not panicked at all, but it's very typical that that is happening the week that either before kids go back or the week that they are back, because parents are now focused on school, type of thing. But we certainly could, as soon as they call their principal, we could start working on that. When you were speaking about the differences between buildings, there's always differences between buildings. Buildings are different shapes, lunchrooms are different spaces. And so one building might have the students coming in the main door, another building might have grades K to 2 coming in one door and 3 to 5 in another door. And so those variances are going to continue to be there because of just the different sizes of lunchroom spaces they have to work with. But if parents have concerns, please call the principal. Principals will be back on contract next Monday, and they will begin working with their building leadership teams to revise their plans as to all the changes that we've had over the summer and what we know about this virus that they left us with in May.
Okay. Another thing that came up. So, for example, if a student tests positive in a class, I'm assuming the rest of the class, including the teacher, will have to quarantine. Is that correct?
That is not correct, because it depends on what the circumstances are. The school nurse will immediately interface with South Central Public Health, and if they test positive after a 3-day weekend or something like that, the South Central Public Health is going to say, when did you start feeling the symptoms? Go backwards 2 days. Who were you hanging around with 2 days ago? And if it was at school, then yes, they could be contact tracing those students and staff, but it's not guaranteed that they would have to quarantine. They will try to determine the amount of exposure. There was a case this summer in teenagers, but in Twin Falls summer school program, And there were a few students that were close around that student that they asked them to stay out for a couple days to see if symptoms developed, but they didn't have the whole class stay out. So I don't want to just say it's going to be this way and this way only, because we're not the medical people. We work with the medical people to do what they tell us to do on the medical side.
Okay, so what if like a student, for instance, comes to school with symptoms, they get sent home, but they refuse testing. Can we make sure that is there any refusal for that student?
Yes, you as a board have the authority to keep students out of school who we believe are contagious. And so if they don't want to go to their healthcare provider, but we've got the symptoms and we've shared it with South Central, and South Central agrees with us that they're exhibiting symptoms, we can ask them to stay out until the 2 weeks is up.
Perfect. So are we going to send a notice to families, like a notice of exposure like we do when we were talking about head lice? You send a note home saying there was a child in your class falling like blah, blah, blah. Will we be sending those notices out as well?
Yes, it would be just like chickenpox or any other communicable disease. We work with South Central and they help us figure out, does the whole school get it? Does just the class get it? Who gets it?
Okay. And what happens when, we've talked about students, but teachers have been asking what happens when they test positive or they have to quarantine and they can't find, subs. This is, one of the conundrums that we may be facing.
It always is. Well, that is one of the things what we have started working in professional learning communities or teams of teachers. And I think that will, it's not the ideal, but it will help us greatly as we go forward. So if we can't, because this will not be the first time we can't find subs. Subs could be even worse than normal, but it won't be the first time we can't find subs where we have other folks having to cover for the teacher who's out. But if they're working together as a team, then it's not quite such a disruption in the fact that I, as the teacher who's coming in to cover, I already know what's going on because I've been working with the team, I've been planning with the team. And so I'm better prepared probably than the sub that just walked in and has no idea what's going on.
Okay. So with like Plan B, the idea has been tossed around of instead of partial weeks, you can alternate weeks, have students all on 1 week and then the next group on the next week. Is that a possibility, or what's the practicality and functionality of that? Is that workable?
Well, it certainly is a possibility. It would not be my recommendation as an educator, because a huge part of learning is feedback loops. And especially with your younger children, if the feedback loop is a whole week away, that's not optimal for learning.
Okay. And that's that list. With the online learning, teachers will have access. So speaking about Plan C, teachers will have access to teach. They won't be forced to teach in their classrooms or at home. They'll have the choice to teach where they would like to, be it their classroom or their home.
Yes. A lot of them will be wanting to teach from home because their own kids will be at home, and they'll be, like many parents, doing double duty, providing childcare to their own children and trying to work at the same time. Some of them prefer to come in because of connectivity issues, and as long as we don't have to completely close our buildings, that's fine too. But I do think we have to be flexible on that, because we have to realize if we send everybody home, we're sending home kids to teachers. Okay.
And so if we switch to Plan C and we have families that are on the IDLA track because they chose to school at home, can they switch back, or are they encouraged to continue on that IDLA track?
We're going to ask them to commit to a semester or a whole year, so that you're not switching between teachers and classes, because it'd be just like moving in the middle. It's not the end of the world, but it does take an adjustment for the teacher to figure out where the child is and the child to figure out where the class is. So the preference would be that they commit to the semester or the year.
Okay. And I know there's a big difference between, class structure in high school, middle school, elementary. And we've been talking a lot about the possibility of live streaming classes. Could you kind of describe how a live stream in a high school class would be versus a middle school versus an elementary class, like how it would work with the style of instruction?
Well, there's a couple concerns with live streaming, and one is projecting anything about the student's home situation to the rest of their classmates. So that limits it to where you just see the teacher in those cases, and it almost throws you into what's the teacher going to do besides put forth information or knowledge, rather than how do you have a dialogue or something like that. Also, some of our teachers are in precarious internet situations because they've got a couple kids trying to learn from home, and they have limited bandwidth themselves, and so being able to live stream isn't always an option for them either. So and this doesn't matter if it's distance learning or in class learning, it's better to provide small pieces of information. So maybe I provide 10 minutes of some background knowledge that you're going to need for reading this scientific paper. And then I have you read part of it. And then maybe as a teacher, going back to what our teachers told us they thought worked really well, they have a small group of kids, 3 or 4, who are willing to be together online, or they even have one. And they have the discussion then, so that the child is engaging in discussion about that content as well, solving a problem, putting forth a hypothesis, whatever it is that is appropriate for what they're doing, because you want that back and forth exchange, which helps provide the feedback loop again to the students to correct any misunderstandings pretty quickly, and also to really help them engage in learning. Maybe it was just me, but there were a lot of classes I went to as a high schooler and a college person anyway, where I just sat and took notes and tried to make sure my eyes stayed open. That's not optimal teaching. So, and our teachers know that, and they want to be really good teachers. So I'm trusting them to do the right thing, rather than saying you have to live stream for the whole class period.
Okay, because I know that there's a difference between actually live streaming the class that you are instructing. If we're, like, say we're in Plan A, and they would be live streaming their instruction in Plan A versus live streaming during Plan C. There's 2 separate possibilities or structures there. So, like, I'm looking at, from the perspective of a parent who has elementary students, the process for live streaming in elementary would be a totally different ballgame than live streaming in a high school class.
Could be, but a lot of our high school classes are small chunks of learning and information, and kids taking time to talk with their peers through a process. And so high school classes could be very interactive too. And we have, in past situations when a child has had an injury or something and not been able to come to school, we have live streamed, but that's a one-off situation where the parent has given permission for us to have that child's home being shown to the whole rest of the class versus just doing it.
Okay. That's all that I have on my list. I'll take notes if I have any others. Just like more for me, I just would like a detailed plan from each of our schools to know what each of our schools is doing.
Principals and BLT people will be revising in the next 2 days.
Perfect.
Trustee Stone.
So I have some pretty significant concerns about the plan. And my biggest concern is the process. This is the biggest challenge that has faced our schools probably the last 100 years. It's unprecedented in living memory. And it's my understanding that the last meeting you held with the DLT was on June 1st. I'm curious who was involved. Maybe we'll start with who's been working on developing the plan.
Okay,
When have you been holding meetings?
As I previously told you, we've had lots of different groups working on it. Ms. Bronson has had meetings with the nurses, with the social workers and the mental health therapist on their parts. We've had, and a lot of this is virtual in this summertime, but we've had multiple conversations with DLT as things have morphed over the summer.
And
We
that
haven't
had
had
meetings with the individual meetings or group meetings with them?
individual or small group, like maybe all the elementary principals, providing feedback on different parts. We've had the Wood River Equity Task Force involved. We've had as many people as we can be involved in providing input and feedback. We have encouraged, when I invited teachers to come, we had about, I think, Trustee Larna was there, but I was thinking we had about 60 people show up, and one person said they thought it was 100, but I was trying to count at one point. And we've had several meetings with Mr. Thomas over the summer. So we have tried to be as inclusive as we can, but also understanding that people are off contract, and if they're answering email and responding to requests for input, great. If they're not, that's fine too. No harm done.
So it's my understanding there were 20 teachers. Does that sound closer, Amber, to what you saw there?
Yeah. With the teachers at 1 o'clock at the middle school, I wouldn't say there was 100 teachers there. Between maybe all three meetings that I attended, maybe there were 60 to 80 between all three meetings together, but not at like one individual teacher's meeting. At the one
I did
individual.
not see 100 there either. I thought I counted between 50 and 60 on that day, but they were coming and going, so I was having a hard time.
And I was thinking more 15 to 20, but.
So my understanding is there was one meeting for teachers at 1 o'clock in the middle of the day 2 weeks ago. And that was the first teacher input that was sought.
That is incorrect. Because
okay, I want to interrupt before you say anything else. I want to interrupt quickly and then you can answer. We were super clear 2 months ago that any meeting that was held needed to have a board member at it. And you just told us you had a cabinet meeting and Trustee Larna was not there. And the only meetings that Trustee Larna was invited to were 2 weeks ago. We're expected to vote on a plan. We asked as early as May to be a part of this process so that we could have our questions answered and understand and have our questions addressed before we were asked to vote on it.
Well,
we're having meetings and included all kinds of people, none of whom have contacted me. I've gotten email. We have gotten, I don't know, 150 emails in the last few days. And over again, the message that we're getting is principals weren't having DLT meetings. Teachers weren't meeting. Teachers don't know what's going on. They have not been communicated with. This is, pretty much the biggest problem I could imagine trying to address. And I don't understand how it's possible to come up with a solution without input from all parties.
All right.
So in particular, every other district that I've talked to had a commission. The commission had parents, the commission had health professionals, the commission had principals, and the commission had board members. And they worked and they had meetings. They have had meetings throughout the summer, very directed, very focused, not one-off, a conversation here and a conversation there. They included board members. And it is not my understanding that that has been the process at all from any other person I've spoken with.
Well, I will admit that at the last meeting, you asked to have Trustee Larda at the meetings, and we've had two since then. We did have a cabinet meeting this morning. We were not writing on the plan, which was my understanding that if we were working on developing the plan, we would have her there. We had a conversation about the plan, and if you were asked to advise the board tonight, what would you say? And that was our conversation. We were not modifying the plan. We asked very specifically.
Dr. Holmes, could I interrupt for just a minute? Because there are a lot of people with a great deal of interest in what we're talking about. And we're throwing around acronyms and names that people may not understand. Would you please explain what the DLT is and what the cabinet is?
Sure. The DLT is the district leadership team, which is principals and directors. And it works on, primarily its task is to work on big picture items, the focus, the mission of the district, and doing to accomplish our goals as a district. The cabinet are just the directors. It is a logistical meeting to make sure that when Teresa is in buildings updating computers to Windows 10 or whatever, that we're not trying to wax the floors at the same time. It's a purely logistical, making sure we're not stepping on top of each other and yet providing the support that schools need.
We moved from one vague term to another. Who are the directors?
All right, the directors are the director of finance, the director of executive director of teaching and learning, buildings and grounds, technology, special programs. I think I got them all.
Who is the teacher who sits on the cabinet?
There is no teacher that sits on the cabinet.
Who is the teacher who sits on the DLT?
There are no teachers that sit on the DLT, but the process
that's fine. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Stone.
Well, I want to finish her question about.
No, I want Trustee Stone to continue.
Thank you, Chairman Rourke. Thank you, Chairman Rourke. We were not specific about we only want a board member in a meeting. If you're modifying the plan, we asked to be included on any meeting discussing reentry. And I felt like that was really clear. And it was most disturbing initially because there were then no invitations to meetings. And now we know that there were some meetings. I wasn't sure whether to worry more that there weren't any or the fact that we weren't going to them. I'm going to just drop that now. You understand that that's a concern that I have. We're hearing from teachers over and over that there was no communication with them all summer about professional development opportunities, about safety measures that were being taken place, about how sick leave is going to work, about no one's had talked with the technology department about what kinds of technology we might want them working on to implement in the fall. That was middle of June when I heard that. There were parent-teacher meetings that Trustee Larna went to. And I'm curious why, if you could answer, why they were told, that the attendees of that meeting were told that the meetings were only about academics, when I presume academics don't change overall, that the biggest changes are going to be logistics, and why logistics weren't discussed with parents and teachers in those meetings. Can you tell me that?
Sure. As you know, last May, we had 3 days where teachers were working after students were done. And we asked each building leader to work with their teachers to develop building plans. Those building plans are what fed the development of this plan. So the fact that there were no teachers involved is not accurate. They developed the initial plans and it fed it. The modification to the Plan B to include K-3 students all 4 days came as a recommendation from a teacher. I have sent home 3 teacher letters this summer, 2, 3, giving them updates on what is going on, just like I normally do my Monday letters. Ms. Martinez has sent out, I think, 2, I'd have to go back and double check, emails about professional learning that is available to them. It is also available on the website, as it always is. Our professional learning opportunities for teachers is always on the website. So if people are saying there has been no communication, they've missed it, because there has been communication. We've even been talking about what happens with if you get sick, what happens? And we've talked about the fact that there's 80 additional hours provided by the federal government that we can use if you or a family member has COVID and that causes you to stay home. Does everybody know all the details? No, that's a typical summer experience. But have we been trying to push it out for those who are paying attention? Yes.
When you say a typical summer experience, I'm curious how that pertains to this summer.
Well, normally in the summer, it's very hard to communicate with all staff because they're coming and going and in and out. But even when I sent out those newsletters, I had staff responding to them, and that's why a lot of them came even to that meeting, because that meeting was where they found out about the meeting. Now, why did we talk about academics? Because those meetings were focused by the teaching and learning team on academics. We have not changed much on the safety precautions since the end of May. We have been working on getting all the materials here and getting it all stocked up, but those safety precautions have remained pretty much the same. Now, if we want to have meetings just to explain to people what that is, that's fine, but that's not what those meetings were intended to be. And they were intended to help us get it tighter as far as platforms, grading, all those concerns that parents had about the academic part.
And who was invited to the parent meeting?
It went out to PTA members, and it was also put in the weekly update for anybody who read it.
Were you surprised to only have about 20 people there?
No. In fact, usually when we have just PTA meetings, we have 4 or 5 at the most.
Although this isn't a typical time. So my biggest concern that I feel is not, one of my biggest concerns I feel is not addressed in the plan. I'm wondering what the plan is to address it. We have this online learning option. We have plans A, B, and C. We definitely, the most likely scenario we're going to have under, say, plans A or B is we're going to have quarantined students. Dad's been exposed. He's waiting a week for a test. The family's home because they may have been exposed. And then dad comes down with it and he's sick for the next 4 weeks. So you've got a kid who's out of the classroom for a 5-week period, possibly. And in any given classroom, that could be 5 or 6 kids. How are teachers supposed to provide content to students in their classroom and outside of their classroom and keep them up to speed so they can come back and join again? These are not kids who chose to be online at the beginning of the year.
Correct.
How do you reach them? We know that scheduling is important, that keeping kids engaged in the class is important, and I don't see anything that addresses this. And the only way I can see to do that is with live streaming. And it sounds like that's not your thought. How do you expect that to be addressed?
Well, I think if you look in the plan,
I did.
You'll see that teachers are expected when they're teaching a lesson to record snippets of it and post it online, because especially if we're in B, we're only going to have half of the students at a time anyway, and the other half are supposed to be doing something at home. So they're going to have online lessons there. So they're expected to post their lessons, and the way most teachers do it is they post them at least a week in advance. They have all the snippets, the little video pieces they want them to look at, the articles they want them to read, the demonstrations they want them to observe. They have that all lined out a week ahead of time.
So every week they're recording a lesson. Go ahead. Yes. Trustee Larna.
Plan A you're talking about, correct? Like if we start at plan
could be-
A and stay at school, someone could be sick.
Right. It could be A or B because we're asking teachers to start always putting the lessons online. Because even if we have the kids there, we need to be teaching them how to do online learning better. So from the very beginning, we want to do that.
And so my question is, in order for them to be able to do that, you're saying that 2 weeks in advance, they will spend time creating content and then posting it later. And I'm wondering when that time comes from.
Well, that's
live
why
streaming and recording what they're teaching in the class, which would all be simultaneous.
that is no different than the normal process of lesson planning. So that's why teachers are provided plan time. And that's why on plan B and plan C, we are recommending that Friday be a non-instructional day unless the teacher is working with a small group of kids or an individual to help them, like the kid who's been absent, to help them get caught up, because they will need time to do that. That's no different than the normal lesson planning of needing time to prepare things ahead of time.
But if you're going to record it, you still have to do the preparation and then you have to record it, I presume.
Yeah, that's
and
or you have to find it and post it or whatever it is. That's very typical of teacher planning. It's a time-consuming process. That's why they're always asking for more time.
And so you said that there is extra planning time and under which plans to do that?
Under B and C, Fridays would be the day.
So that's my question. When we're under plan A and you've got 5 kids in your class home because they may have an exposure, how are they being included in school?
When you're under plan A, you have your normal daily planning time like teachers have now. So they have some time during the day when their class is covered by another teacher, and then they have before and after school time. It's no different than it is now.
Okay, so they don't have additional time to support those students. The other biggest concern I have, and then I'll just cede the floor, I have more, but the other biggest concern that I have is that Plan B, especially at the elementary level, is incredibly complicated. And I'm afraid no one would ever know where they're supposed to be with different staggered start times. So if we switch from Plan A to Plan B, and now everybody's going to school at a different time, the bus schedule changes, the days that you go, maybe Wednesdays are off or maybe Fridays are off. I think we've talked about different things. I worry that having a completely different schedule, switch to Plan B, is not a seamless process. And particularly kids that are at home will be lost about what's going on, and parents won't get their kids to school on the right days, et cetera. Can you address how you don't think that'll be a problem? I presume you don't think that.
No, I do think it'll be a problem. I think transportation is our biggest issue. If we have to socially distance, we have to reduce the number of kids on a bus. If we have to strictly socially distance, we have to reduce the number of kids on a bus. And that is a problem unless we can find a lot more bus drivers really quick. We're not going to. So that is why we're suggesting the 3-tiered start. And yes, that's hard. And we would be pushing it out like we push out a snow day where your phone rings and your text goes off and you get the message that we are moving to Plan B and all tourists will be starting at XYZ time. And so your bus pickup time will be moved up by X number of minutes.
Right, depending on the day of the week that you're starting and what the schedule is. And you'll get out, say Wednesdays at the high school will vary, so you'll get out at a different time on Plan B maybe.
Wednesdays, the high school would go all day on Wednesdays under Plan B because of the fact that we're giving them Fridays. The other thing that we are, that Teresa and Marcia are working on is putting together a personalized letter for each family that would say you're considered to be part of this group. So if we are on Plan B district-wide, your kids would come on this day. And if we have incorrectly identified that, call, and we're going to have one person at the district office that they would call. Because we also know that families have multiple last names and we don't want to split up families. So we're going to go by the oldest child in the family's last name. And so
when you say there would be a person at the district office that they would call if they were confused about when they were supposed to go.
yes,
So the morning that we have 3,300 students switching to a really complicated schedule, we have one person at the district office that would answer calls.
we have one person at the district office who would help them ahead of time in knowing which group they're going to be in. That's why we're sending the letters out before school starts. This identifies the group you're in. And so if we have to move to this, you know that your child will come on these days. And that's why it's a huge mail merge, because we have to personalize it for every single family.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Chairman.
Trustee Larnum.
So last year when we went into, I guess, Plan C, did we get permission from parents when teachers were communicating in homes?
All right, I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Can you ask me again?
Yeah. Immediately, we did not get teachers to students, correct, when teachers were looking inside homes.
With our students, they were sent an invite, which they could accept or not accept, but we had parents tell us that they were not going to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get a signed form? No. They could either accept it or not accept it.
So is that
And
something that
is there a question there? I'm sorry, I'm losing you.
Yeah, I know I'm having a bad, I guess I'm just concerned because you had stated that that's why we don't want to do it this time. Because, we're looking inside of homes.
I do think we could do a better job of being clear with our parents that they do not have to agree to that. So if they don't want it, it's kind of like we do the directory information, you can opt out.
Okay. I'm just making sure that there are options with that. And then
I think that's a good point. We need to be clearer on that.
We're focusing on K through third grade, but I'm a little bit concerned because isn't kindergarten, it's actually not required in Idaho. Is that correct?
It is not. I actually personally am concerned that we don't have pre-K in there, because we know that those early interventions, we've got the data from our own district to show those early interventions, those kids that get that do better than the students who didn't. And so even though it's not required by law, we're saying our educated group is like, this is the most important place to put our money for the long run. It's the same thing as the Power Scholars that's happening this summer, working with those younger kids to try to make sure we're not developing a huge gap as they go forward into school.
And I understand, I do think K is super important. I guess what I'm concerned, especially with Plan B, while we're focusing on just a group, and I think that such a transitional grade, we're not, ensuring that they are included in that 4-day process, especially where I feel like B really to employers, employees, teachers that teach, and they're trying to, figure out that whole process. I've heard feedback with teachers that either live in Cary or live in Haley, but teach in, in a different school. Some teachers live in Bellevue and teach in Cary and have kids, so how do they support that? And some of those younger kids that are still able, I guess, to go to daycare during those, or preschool environment during Plan B. So I was just curious. I just wanted to confirm that. I also am really concerned about teachers and prep time. I know that you and Laura, Trustee Stone, talked about that quite a bit. But I am really concerned with the lack of prep time in Plan B with some of these students. or excuse me, teachers. I want to also confirm, so grading, can you explain grading a little bit? So we are not going to be holding these students accountable even in in regards to getting their assignments in, any tests that we're going to be correct?
It could be a test, it could be a project, it could be an essay, it could be an analysis of a piece of literature. The important piece is for secondary students, so middle school and high school, that they know at the beginning of the unit. In this unit, you're going to learn how to analyze and compare and contrast two pieces of dystopia literature or whatever it might be. And so the kids have a rubric at the end. And at the end, here's how you're going to show me that you've mastered that. You're going to write an essay, and it's going to include these 5 things to prove that you are able to do that type of thing. So the kids will know up front how they're going to be graded. Now, along the way, before you get to that essay, there's probably a lot of little other assignments along the way. Those assignments are supposed to be feedback loops to help me as a student know, am I making progress toward getting a passing or mastery grade on this thing, or am I just not understanding at all? There will be kids who will not do it, just like there are kids now who don't do their homework. And then it comes to test time or project time or whatever, and they are unable to perform. And the teacher has to take them back and say, okay, let's go back and practice these things that I asked you to practice. But the grade is determined by your demonstration of mastery. Or now some students can get a passing grade who've never demonstrated mastery, but they're getting it because they've turned in every little scrap of paper along the way.
Yeah, exactly.
But when it comes to the final test or the project and they're on their own, they can't demonstrate it.
Okay, so have teachers been notified that they're going to be teaching differently this year, this fall?
I has gone out in the emails that, or the newsletters that I've sent to teachers. Some of them are much more aware of it than others. Like I said, the Wood River High School Equity Task Force is taking that professional development piece on with their colleagues at the middle school and other schools as well. Because they have been so immersed in it. They've got a lot of expertise in it, and they've practiced it a lot, so they can help teachers figure that out.
Okay, and then have teachers, from what will be teaching something different than what they have signed up for, because we're going to need more teachers in different spaces. Have they been notified at all of what we'll be teaching?
No, they a lot of them are asking, what am I going to be teaching? And I don't feel like I'm the person to make that assignment. I think that needs to happen in their building. First of all, they have to be properly licensed because they're going to be the teacher of record to the state and that. But I want them to have a conversation in their building. And so maybe they say, okay, I'm normally the librarian, but I'm also certified as K-8 teacher, and I'm a real expert in reading, so I'm going to take over a first grade class. And this other person who is normally the technology teacher says, I taught 3rd grade for a while, and they work on it together rather than us saying, you're going to do this and you're going to do this and you're going to do that, because their building will be able to work on it together. And then they can say, okay, so Gwen Carroll or Mrs. Holmes is going to be a special friend of the 1st grade team, so that when that happens, or if that happens, I'm ready to go, because I've already been working with getting relationships with those kids, and I've been working with those teachers in their planning meetings, so I know what's going on.
But they're expected in Plan A to be teaching what they would regular teach until we move into Plan B, which could be the next day. But they're also going to be responsible for still teaching their other whatever else is going on.
No, not under Plan B.
So so students will switch teachers on plans.
That's why we're recommending that we assign them from the very beginning. Because if we're going to have 12, the other way we could do this is not have our K-3 kids come every day, because we have to have 12, approximately 12. That's what we can fit in a classroom if we're going to be strictly socially distancing.
Okay, and
So
the
we
last
do choices.
question. Again, I also have a list, but I'll try to limit this. So in regards to some of the meetings that I attended, a lot of questions were deferred to the principals, and oftentimes the answers were, I'm not sure, I don't know, I haven't been notified that we're gonna, that we need to know this. So when is the communication gonna go out to all? The situation.
I think you're asking when are the principals going to be informed about this, and there has, just as there's been teacher letters, there have been principal letters. I can forward them to you. Some of principals just got back in town. Some of them have been right on top of it. They report next Monday, and then on Tuesday and Thursday, we spend the day together going through what needs to be done. What are the next steps that they need to take?
Okay, and then one more question just regarding to that email and the DLT meetings. You were on the email that I asked any meetings forward that I would be notified.
And I want to clarify, you want to be involved in any meetings that have to do with school reentry, not just writing the plan. Not just writing the plan. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Trustee Turner.
You're muted, Dan.
My apologies. You said something a moment ago that kind of struck me in a funny way. You said your biggest concern is the transportation issue. I would think the biggest concern would be these kids. What I would like to kind of focus on is the strategies for addressing what I would assume would be some massive learning loss that's occurred since we last had all these kids together. I see in the plan, a protocol to test kids, and then there's an academic intervention. You have intervention specialists, I guess is the term you use. But do you have any confidence that you have the capabilities and scalabilities to really address the learning loss that has gone on with these children in our district?
Okay. Well, first of all, my biggest concern on keeping kids safe is on the bus. So it is the kids, but it is the bus where we have our weakest point as far as transmission of COVID, if that's going around. The thing that it will be key to making this catch up, or this closing the gap, is focusing on only the priority standards. There are standards for everything under the sun, and there's a lot of things that are really fun to teach that I want kids to know. And so it's very easy to get distracted from those priority standards. But we're really trying to communicate with teachers and with principals as they return that it has to be priority standards. What is it that a third grader has to know to be able to do to move forward on the third grade standards? And that's what we work on. And some of the other things we have to let go of, we're not really good as educators of letting go. We're really good at adding things to our plate. And so it will take all of us continuing to tell each other it is okay to let some things go and focus on the literacy and mathematics standards while we try to get that learning loss corrected.
I know you talk about focusing on this year's standards rather than going back and using, well, I guess the plan you say we'll use last year's standard as a prerequisite. So if the children obviously haven't mastered those prerequisites, you believe you have processes in place that can get them up to speed?
Yes. In fact, that's a normal way of trying to operate. It used to be that, you know, if Gwen Carroll was reading 2 grade levels below, and maybe I was only reading at a 2nd grade level, but I was a 4th grade student, I would be in a 2nd grade reading group all the time. And so as I plogged along through that year, I might make some gain, but if I made only a year's gain, which is what is expected normally, I would now be at the end of my 2nd grade, or at the end of my 4th grade years, I'm going into 5th grade, I'm ready to read like a 3rd grader. So I haven't closed the gap at all. So part of the work we've been doing with our co-teaching and our English language learners, and now expanding into our special education students as well, is trying to make sure that they get instruction at grade level content, and then they get the scaffolds or the supports they need to be able to do that grade level content. So Gwen Carroll's 2 years behind in reading, and she's trying to read a 4th grade level book, maybe, I don't know, My Brother Sam is Dead, or whatever the book is that I'm reading. And so it's a Revolutionary War historical fiction book. How do I help her with that text that is going to be more difficult for her than some other kids? There's a lot of instructional strategies that I can use to help her with that, so that even though she's not completely reading it independently, she is reading the appropriate level materials. And as you go forward, then they become more and more independent, and you're actually closing the gap rather than allowing that gap to just continue year after year after year.
I appreciate that. I think what I was trying to get at is, are there enough scaffolds in the district to help all these kids?
We can always use more scaffolds, because scaffolds are teachers.
Yeah. The next point is on teachers. You know, we've got procedures in place to assess and to intervene when students are not at their appropriate levels. How are we assessing and intervening with our teachers so we know that they are appropriately trained in the both the platforms, technology platforms that we're going to be using, and the and then assembling, you know, great content? I mean, how are we judging our teachers in this process?
First of all, principals continue to be the lead on that, because they're the supervisors in their building, and they're to be monitoring the data and to be monitoring instruction. Some of them were quite creative in ways that they were able to monitor instruction even when we were doing distance learning type of thing. But the bigger piece to me is the professional learning communities, which this will be, this is supposed to be a banner year for us, digging in deeper with that. So I have a team of 1st grade teachers. Maybe there's 4 of us in this particular building that are all teaching 1st grade together. And we're all working on the standard of kids being able to decode words with short vowels. And so Mrs. Smith's kids, the data from her kids show that they're just burning the house down over there with that skill. My kids, not so much. So as we're working as a professional learning community, I get to learn from Mrs. Smith, what did you do to help your kids be so good at that? And then later on, when it comes to being able to make inferences about characters based on clues in the story, my kids do really well. Mrs. Smith's don't. So I help Mrs. Smith. Here's what I did. So teachers are their greatest professional developers of each other. If we have time for them to work together and to plan together, and they're all working on the same standards, and they're all assessing those standards in the same way. So then we can work together, and it takes a little time, but we've got some fabulous groups already working, because it does take a little bit of vulnerability to say, I taught this lesson and my kids didn't learn it as well as yours.
Mm-hmm. And you have confidence throughout these models that you can keep these teams assembled and working in a highly functioning manner?
Yeah, in fact, I think we actually improved significantly at the end of last year in our professional learning communities by virtual meetings. So I don't know, maybe it was a blessing in disguise that it made us sharpen our focus faster.
Okay, if I could just switch gears to one last topic, and then I'll cede the floor. I'm really interested in this online learning model. It seems as though we're offering parents a chance to kind of outsource their education to the Idaho Digital Learning Academy. I've spent a bit of time in the last few weeks trying to understand what that model looks like. As of last week, they had new course content for K-6 elementary school kids. As of today, I see they're using a platform called Pathblazer. There's not a whole lot of detail there. It kind of looks like it's a tool used to help close gaps, and it's an intervention type tool. I'm concerned about the quality of education we're offering our kids in this model. Are you confident that this is a model where these kids could participate in this outsourced learning system and then return to our district and keep up with the other kids?
Well, IDLA is not new as far as middle school and high school classes, and they have offered great quality classes for those kids, and they use Idaho teachers and Idaho principals to do this, and they're working on the same standards that we're working on. They are new to K-6 literacy and math. This is an area that they have been rapidly trying to expand in to help schools like ours be able to offer an online opportunity. Because if you're Boise, it's easy to pull a first grade teacher and say, you're going to be the first grade online teacher. Here, if I pull a first grade teacher and say, you're going to be the first grade online teacher, whatever school we pull that teacher from, they're going to have to be down 20 kids in order to that not to impact them as far as pulling a teacher out to go do online. We just don't have the scale. And that's what the Idaho Digital Learning Academy is all about, is helping rural school districts with classes that they would not otherwise be able to offer. Several years back, we stopped offering Latin because we had so few kids wanting to take it, but we did have kids that wanted to take it. And so the kids that still want to take it can take Latin and get a good education in it, but it is online. But they have some motivation to want to do it because they're obviously clamoring for a class that we're not teaching because we don't have enough kids enrolling in it. So they have done an excellent job at the secondary level. They are building the plane while they're taking off at the elementary level, like we all are right now. But because of their track record, I'm willing to trust them on that rather than just say, I don't have an option for you.
Yeah, you have any idea what sort of like ratios? I couldn't find anything on the website as to the teacher child ratio, especially in that K-6 model.
It's probably going to be about 1 to 25 because it's probably going to just line up pretty much with the recommendations in administrative rule from the state of Idaho.
That's interesting because I would imagine there'll be a huge influx of kids into that program to see how they could scale that ratio to keep that in place will be interesting. I've got some other things, but let's cede the floor here to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Turner. Dr. Holmes, you used the metaphor building the plane as it takes off, did you not?
For IDLA elementary program, yes. That's a frequent metaphor in education.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you like to be on the plane that was being built as it was taking off?
No, but I also understand
but the parents of these children should.
This is the reality of where we are. We were all on that plane.
Unfortunately, you're right. Unfortunately, you're right. Do you have that plan in front of you?
The plan for our district or for IDLA?
The re-entry plan.
Yes, I do.
The cover page lists a number of people, does it not?
Yes.
for the record, and so everybody out there in YouTube land will know, if they don't have a copy in front of them, will you read off the list of people whose names appear on that cover letter?
Yes. Gwen Carroll Holmes, Aaron Bronson, Angie Martinez, Brian Fletcher, Brad Henson, Brooke Marshall, Dave Stellers, Fritz Peters, Howard Royal, Julia Graff, John Pierce, John Peck, Keith Nelson, Kevin Stilling, Lance Doby, Mark Savageau, Mike Glenn, Marcia Grabo, Patricia Short, Robert Ditch, Stephanie Wallace, Teresa McGoffin, and Tony Bosch.
Not one single teacher is on that list, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And furthermore, when I read that, when I read it in this second draft, I hadn't paid enough attention to it in the first draft. My assumption was that every one of the people listed there, and you've listed every principal, have you not?
Yes.
My impression was that every single principal had been working from the time school got out until the first draft was issued on the program. And that isn't true at all, is it?
No, that is not. That is false. The principals worked on the first draft. The first draft was what the principals did the week that students were gone and they were working with their teachers. And then the following week when principals were still here and teachers were gone.
Who did the editorial work, Dr. Holmes? And I think you know what I'm talking about. Who actually wrote the plan?
Multiple people.
Who wrote the plan, please?
There was not one person that wrote the plan.
Well, why don't you list for me the people who did?
Myself, Aaron Bronson, Angie Martinez, Brian Fletcher, Brad Henson, Brooke Marshall, Dave Stellers, Fritz Peters, Howard Royal, Julia Graff, John Pierce, John Peck, Keith Nelson, Kevin Stilling, Lance Doby, Mark Savageau, Mike Glenn, Marcia Grabo, Patricia Short, Robert Ditch, Stephanie Wallace, Teresa McGoffin, Tony Bush.
Well, tell me about this process then. Did you rotate drafts? Did you have meetings? Because you just said that the last meeting you had of the district leadership team occurred on the 1st of June. Now, between the 1st of June and our meeting in July, there appeared, what, 78 pages? We've now got 84, I think, of text.
Mm-hmm.
Who actually wrote that text? Are you telling me that the principals did?
They wrote parts of it. We had this.
Okay, let's hold it right there. You tell me exactly which principals wrote what parts of this plan. Because I've talked to principals and I don't see that what you're saying is true.
It is a Google Doc, which I can pull up, and it will show who all has made comments and input into the plan.
Okay, let me just say this. Tomorrow morning, I want every trustee who was attending this meeting, and that means all 5 of us, to have a detailed account of what principals wrote what parts of this plan. I mean, we've agreed that no teacher had anything to do with it, right?
No, I don't agree with that because this plan was built on the building plans that were written by teachers and principals.
I'm not interested in those kinds of phrases, to be quite clear with you. Okay, built upon. That doesn't mean anything to me. What I am trying to get at is who actually wrote the plan. You can't seem to tell me.
It depends on which part it is.
Okay, tomorrow, so we don't take everybody's time up tonight, every trustee deserves to know what you just told them, which is that every single person who was listed on that cover page wrote part of the plan. And I think we are entitled, therefore, to know who wrote what. Okay, can you do that?
I'm looking it up right now.
You don't need to look it up right now. What I'm saying is we can have this information tomorrow. Now, you also said, I believe, that you have had meetings with principals. Is that correct?
I have had conversations with them.
So you haven't had meetings, is that correct?
Well, we've had virtual meetings or phone calls.
Okay, can you, by looking through your records, can you tomorrow again provide each of the trustees with the dates and the times and the names of the principals with whom you met after the 1st of June until the first draft of this plan was presented to the board. Can you do that?
Yes,
Now, also, you say you had meetings with Mr. Thomas, and we're talking about John Thomas, correct?
yes,
And he is the president of the BCEA, right?
yes.
He is the representative, the negotiating representative, you might call
Mhm,
him
mhm.
the union president. How many times did you meet with Mr. Thomas between the 2nd of June and the time that you presented the first draft of this program, this plan, to the board?
The first, once, I believe. I'd have to look at my calendar, but I can tell you.
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that?
Oh, I thought
provide
I
us
was
with-
just adding it to my list of stuff to send you tomorrow.
I'm
All
also
right, thank
curious
you,
if
thank you.
if their input was asked when you talked to these people, or if you explained what was going to happen. Because asking for input is a very different kind of meeting than explaining what the plan is for someone to sign off on it.
Yeah, the one I remember, the parts I remember the most right now is when we completely modified Plan B and called them and talked to them about that. And I've even gotten follow-up emails from one principal who had further input about it.
Which was incorporated into the plan or not?
Their input,
Yeah.
part of it was not, because there's 5 of them.
Well, let me ask this along the lines of what I have been asking. You say you had one meeting with John Thomas between the 2nd of June and the delivery of the draft, that's draft number 1 to the board?
Which
Are
was,
you saying you had a meeting?
I think I did between then and July 9th. There was a meeting with him and Marcia Graybo and Angie Martinez sometime around there when we were working on that first one, but I will have to look at my calendar to find it.
Is that
And as you
writing?
recall, hold on.
Go ahead.
When you were having that meeting and you talked to Mr. Thomas, did you ask for his input on this plan?
Yes, that's what the meeting was for.
And did you take notes?
Ms. Martinez did.
Ms. Martinez took notes, and so you can provide me with those notes as well, is that correct?
I'll try. I'll ask her for them.
Try real hard, will you? Can you define for me what it is you mean when you say that the students are going to have to demonstrate mastery? What does the word mastery mean in terms of, let's say, an 8th grader?
Well, it depends on which standard you're talking about. So if I'm talking about being able to solve 2 variable equations in 8th grade math, then they have to be able to take multiple representations or multiple equations with 2 variables. Some of them are going to be already lined out as a math problem. Some of them are going to be more what probably from our generation we would have called the story problem, where they have to read a situation and construct a story and be able to accurately solve those 2 variable equations. That is mastery.
So is that a final examination?
It could be. It
How
could
does
be.
that differ? How does that differ from the traditional final examination?
It doesn't differ. What is differing is getting so much credit for turning in all your homework papers that even though you failed the test, you passed the class.
So the papers, the weekly papers, or the pop-up quizzes,
whatever. Yeah.
Whatever. Those are going to have no effect, whatever, on a grade?
It depends on what they are for. If they are practice papers, they do have an effect because they give a feedback loop to that student about what they're able to do and not able to do.
Do they, once again, do they figure into the equation by which a letter grade is given or something of that sort?
Not all of them.
Well, you know, if I'm a parent sitting at home tonight and I'm trying to figure out what all of this means, I'm having a little trouble here because you say not all or sometimes, and we can't do this and we can't do that, and mastery is this, but it's somehow different than a final exam. Do you find this plan, as it is written right now, and I understand it is a draft, do you find this plan one that would reassure parents that we're going to deliver something that's a whole lot better than we delivered last spring?
Yes, this has got an incredible amount of detail in it, and it has responded to many of their concerns about trying to figure out which platform to go find lessons at, about whether their kids were getting grades or not, whether their students were getting new content. Fridays is the easiest day not to have childcare. Therefore, the K-3 kids are in school Monday through Thursday because parents have told us Friday's the best day if you're going to have a day without childcare. Yes.
So this survey you're talking about, that is a survey that was drafted by whom and sent out to the parents?
The survey was on distance learning. It was drafted by the teaching and learning team.
Which is what?
Marcia Graybo, Angie Martinez, Aaron Bronson, and using questions that were available to them from a survey company that we use.
I looked through that survey and I didn't see that it really, in any sense, invited the parents to give their commentary. It asked them to rate, it asked them what they were satisfied with, how satisfied they were. You are aware, are you not, that just in the last week, we have received scores of emails directly from parents expressing their concerns and thanking the members of the board for asking them to express those concerns. Are you aware of that?
I am, and I'm also aware that we've received scores of comments from parents or community members on the website, and those have all been published as well. And that's why I'm saying that I know from parent feedback on those that Friday is the preferred day of no childcare if it has to happen, because that's what they said in those comments that they posted on our website.
So again, you are aware that in spite of this opportunity to post on the website, we received scores of emails, most of which, even though they may have been stating things that board members won't eventually agree on, they were grateful to be asked for their input. Why would that be if you were providing adequate opportunities for parents to have some part in this process? Do you have any idea?
I think they were appreciative of a board asking, not just the administration asking.
Well, they certainly were appreciative of the board. I don't know what else we can read into it. You are also aware that I had our clerk, I think it was actually carried out by our human resources director, an email to all of our teachers,
Yes.
inviting them to give their concerns directly to the board. You're aware of that, are you?
Yes, I am, and I am aware.
And you are aware that we got an overwhelming response, isn't that correct?
Yes. I'm also aware
does it strike you as odd that so many teachers would be saying how grateful they were to be able to give their input, whether it was going to be in the final analysis actually accepted or not? Would you agree with me that there was a lot of gratitude expressed there?
There was a lot of gratitude expressed. It does not strike me as odd. It strikes me as different that the board would ask for that.
Well, somebody has to. Wouldn't you agree with that? Let me ask you this. You were present when the board received last January the results of the community survey, correct?
Yes, I was.
That survey didn't express a very high degree of satisfaction with the Board of Trustees, correct?
Correct.
Nor you. The superintendent was not well thought of. In fact, 3 out of 4 people had negative comments or at least registered in the negative zone, correct?
I don't know about that. I know there were people who were concerned about me.
All right. And you and I had a discussion about that, did we not? And you and I agreed that the greatest asset we have in this district are our teachers, correct?
Yes, I agree.
In fact, I think you used the phrase, they love our teachers, correct?
Mhm.
And
The
do you
public.
feel that you have given an adequate voice to the teachers to participate in the process? I'm not talking about later on when we lay down the law, this is what you're going to do, listening to them then. I'm talking about having representatives of the teachers themselves be part of this planning process. Don't you think that that's something that the administration should have thought of and should have been doing throughout this process?
I believe we have been, and we have also been
All right.
defending their right to be able to teach the way they feel is best. There has been a large push for mandating that everybody teach the same way. I
I'm not
believe our
talking about
teachers are
that, and you know
experts.
I'm not talking about that, Dr. Holmes. I am simply asking you if you think that you and the administration have provided the teachers the role in planning this coming school year that they deserve to have.
Yes,
All right, we'll
we
we'll
spent
see what
three
kind of
days.
comments they get.
We
You
spent
spent,
3 days at the end of the school year doing that. They've never had that opportunity before.
well, why didn't any of them mention that in their emails to the board? How grateful they were to have that survey sent to them.
Not the survey. They spent 3 days in their buildings working on their plans.
Let's talk about Plan B, if we could. That calls for 2 days of live classroom work, correct?
For fourth grade and above, yes,
All right. And that means that there are 2 days when they're going to be working on assignments or something of that sort.
that's correct.
And then Friday apparently is an open day, correct?
Friday, they'll have more assignments to work on that have been posted at the beginning of the week, or if they're needing individual support from a teacher, that could be scheduled as well.
Well, I'm wondering about the load that you are putting on the backs of the principals and the teachers. These teachers are going to have to teach 4 days of live classroom instruction, right?
Yes,
They are sometimes, somehow going to also have to deliver some kinds of materials for the 2 days that each student will not be going to a live class, correct?
mhm.
And then you also expect the teachers to develop and deliver content for the Friday while they are doing planning. Is that also correct?
Not deliver it on Friday, but to plan it, put it together.
No. Well, you are assuming that the students will do the work on Friday that was planned, I guess, the previous Friday and posted on Monday? Is that correct?
Yes, that's the way
And
distance learning worked last year too, but with
you know what? It didn't
guidance.
work last year. It didn't work last year. And that's
That's
what
what-
has me so concerned. If you think for a moment that the public believes, that parents believe, that we did a good job and delivered content to their students, then you are misreading something as far as I'm concerned, because that didn't happen. Now, I think it is fair to everyone involved to say we've never faced that before. And therefore, everybody was willing to give us some slack. We hadn't done it before. We had to make it up as we went along. They were willing to put up with that. But you and I had a discussion that over the course of the summer, we needed to concentrate on delivering content digitally in a professional, effective manner, did we not?
Yes,
And yet, when I look at this, would you agree with me that the most important component of what we're facing right now has to do with teachers being able to teach digitally and be effective in doing that?
that is
Do
a
you
huge
agree?
concept. And that is a huge piece of
It
the
is.
details that have been added to this plan.
And let's see, up to this point, tell me about the plans that you have in place to show teachers how you want them to deliver that content digitally.
All right, if you go to page if you go to page 15 in the plan, it starts by helping them identify the learning targets from the priority standards. It talks about the focus. Then if you go to page 17, it talks about how they're going to work in their teams to figure it out on 17 and 18. If you go to 19, it talks about best practices for distance learning and all the things that they are to consider when they are planning distance learning. That goes on for up until page 23. Page 23 has lesson planning guidance for that. Like I said, this has much more detailed information than the previous plan had. Then on page 24.
Here's all I want to ask. I don't want to stay here because I think what we need to be concentrating on is what we're going to do in the future. And I don't think that we ought to be hearkening back to what happened this last spring and suggest that that is any kind of a model for where we ought to be going. And it's true, is it not, that at least to this point, the teachers have not received the kind of training they need and practice to get in front of a camera, to actually deliver learning in a digital fashion. You would agree with that, would you not?
No, I would not. Some teachers have.
All right, I have no further questions. I want to move along so we can get solutions to these problems. Other questions? Let's go back to you, Vice Chair Green.
One of the questions I had was regarding that first week before school starts. That teachers are usually here for like kickoff, all the extra events. Is there a way that we can use that week, as we've been talking about PD for teachers? Is that like a time that we can use to help our teachers learning what Trustee Work was talking about, like the online teaching? Because I know that usually gets sucked up with a lot of pre-planned events, but I don't know if those pre-planned events have been somewhat canceled because speakers.
Yes, they have. I think I mentioned this at our last meeting, was that we had training for some of the new materials that you approved, and we have canceled that so that the only training that we are continuing with is the professional learning community training for the teacher leaders. They're building leadership teams. Everything else we have canceled, wiped it out, so that at their buildings, and that's when I was talking earlier, we have multiple trainings. And if you were a teacher who participated this summer in learning how to use online platforms for teaching, and you've got that part down, then maybe you want to do this instead. If you were one who was not able to participate this summer, then yes, the Chairman Rourke is right. They may need some help on how do you put an online lesson together, and that would be what they're doing.
So that time is available that week for them to utilize.
Yeah, we usually have about 2 days in the building and 3 days district-wide. There's 1 day district for building leadership teams, and everything else is building open to the buildings.
Okay. As far as switching plans, is there a way we can? I know, like with Plan B, I'd have to say that it is very tough to follow as a parent. For me, I have 4 different kids, and it is kind of hard to follow like where my 4 different kids will be going during the week. For me, I do prefer just all or nothing. But if it were, I don't know, it just seems like for me, I just can't, there's information on both sides that I still am struggling to reconcile between going to school and not. And so those plans, it just seems like we could add 50 million things to them and still not have a perfect plan there. So, as long as, you know, I want to make sure that teachers have that way to feel safe, that they have a way to get their questions answered based on, like, we received a lot of HR related questions. If we can have some sort of feedback so that you know that those teachers are getting their HR related questions answered, that way, you know, maybe we could answer them as well. That there was a lot of, you know, questions from parents, you know, them just not feeling safe. And I think that's our, you know, what can we do to ensure that parents feel safe and
Right.
that the kids feel safe.
Yeah, and if you're talking about HR questions, and I know that this doesn't mean they've read all the details and gotten it, but if you look on page 52 and 53, those were actually written by Brooke Marshall, those pages, because it does deal with what happens to sick leave, what happens if I have to stay home and take care of a sick family member, those kinds of things.
Okay. You know, I think a lot of this will take part in, you know, a discussion among us. I really don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Green. Trustee Stone.
I'm ready to move on to offering some solutions to some of the concerns that we have. So I'll cede the floor right now.
All right. Trustee Lorna.
I just have a couple more questions in regards to the online. Are we, you said that we've been spending some time with school teachers in regards to preparing them on how to, I guess, teach online better. Have we thought about, I know that I talked about it in one of the meetings, but getting subs now prepared to be able to teach online if a teacher is out for 6 weeks with COVID or whatever the case may be and actually can't physically teach because they're so ill. Are we getting subs prepared as we move forward?
We have talked about the plans to do that. It has not started yet, but HR is, every year they bring in the subs at the beginning of the year to make sure they're updated on whatever's going on. So it's on their list of things we're working on, but we haven't started bringing them in yet.
Okay, and then in regards to the schools having only one platform that they are asking parents to use, it's my understanding that Cary actually has 2.
Well, Cary is Cary Elementary and Cary Secondary, so yes, that's true.
Okay, and that's a great point. Thank you. And then have we considered at all maybe having school start a couple of days later, or in regards to preparing all of the teachers and ensuring that they have everything they need in order to, you know, teach online or whatever the case may be?
That is certainly an option. If the board wants to modify the calendar, they can do that. We've modified the calendar so many times, I'm not sure that that's, but if that's.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. And I know that teachers want to get back to teaching, just they're not feeling, we can communicate as we go further, but you know, even if it's an extra day or two, just make sure that they're feeling supported and being able to provide the, you know, the information that they need, however it may be. So, okay, that's all.
All right, Trustee Turner.
There's language in the document regarding the wearing of masks. You know, I obviously believe that science should be our North Star in this whole process, and have very strong opinions about wearing masks. But I see a lot of inconsistency throughout the document. Some places we say we encourage people to wear masks. Other places it says we expect or request them to wear masks. Other places we expect to wear, and still others we say they're required. Net bottom line, what's the policy?
Well, the procedure will be you are to wear a mask. If you try to get on the bus, we will give you one if you don't have one on. If you come to school without one, we will give you one. If you don't want to wear a mask, we'll let you go home and we'll talk to your parents about online learning. But we're trying to be gracious and understanding that some of our kids will be told by their parents that masks are not what they're purported to be it for some of us. And so we're trying to be gracious about that and say, okay, if your parents don't believe in that, we're asking you to do it anyway, because this is the way you show respect to other people. So please put your mask on or you'll need to go home. Because we do have to recognize there's multiple points of view on this.
Can I ask one question on that? Sorry to interrupt, Dan.
Go ahead.
What's gonna be the mandate behind that? You know, if when it switches, will it be Blaine County lifting it? What will be that?
Well, it would be Blaine County lifting it and you guys lifting it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, again, I would like to save time for some solutions, so I'll see before this time.
And I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Holmes. Now we will proceed to a discussion of the plan, the three components of the plan, Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. And this will be among the trustees only. Let me once again begin with you, Vice Chair Green, your thoughts, suggestions, concerns.
So I've expressed some of mine. I have kind of as a parent floated back and forth between, both based on what I'm reading from parents. I'm like, well, it's given me a lot of consideration for everyone's perspectives, and I'm grateful for those perspectives. I really, like I've stated, I really think Plan B, it's great. I understand the feeling behind it and the idea of making sure that kids are getting some sort of class time in. I just don't know how logistically it'll work out with our busing if we don't have enough bus drivers. That's my main concern with Plan B, is that one of my main concerns is that, the bus driver issue. If we have a bus driver shortage for our regular routes, how are we going to handle the staggered start times of school? If we're like, are we going to, we'll need more bus drivers based on the comments from our last meeting. We'll need more bus drivers for Plan B. And I don't know how that will happen. For Plan, when I look at all the plans, I think we're getting a lot of parents that say they want their kids in school. We're getting a lot of parents that say that they don't feel safe with their kids in school and they would like to have some sort of online option. I think offering Plan A with the option for parents to enroll in IDLA does suffice or fulfill both the parents that want their kids home and the parents that want their kids in school to start that way. Of course, we can only start that way if health requirements or the South Central District Health says, yes, we can do that. And I understand that we have that restriction. But going forward, I think, Plan A, if we can have our kids in school, but also offer IDLA and to our parents, is a great way to satisfy those two groups, especially the group of parents that don't feel the same way about masks that the district is requiring. If those parents don't want their children to have face coverings, they are allowed to choose that online option as well. I think that, sorry, the kid just came to give me a hug. Probably a good night hug because it's bedtime. Anyway, I have wrestled with the thought of, infection and, how would I feel as a parent if my children got infected, and how would I, the guilt that I would be ridden with if that happens. But I looked at the data that we've been given and the comments that I've received from doctors. We received an email just recently from a doctor that I was able to read through really quick from, it'll be in the public record for disclosure purposes, but saying that the social emotional health of our children is very vital and very important. And I can say from experiencing what my younger kids had this spring, they really are, dying for some sort of contact with someone. And that contact, whether it's just seeing someone from 6 feet away I think they would appreciate that. Even if they're participating in a structured activity outside with their teacher, they would appreciate that they're still in class. So I think that, for now, moving forward, I feel like plan A is is a good option. And then changing to plan C when everything falls apart again. Or, plan B is if that still is part of the whole reentry plan. So it is, like I said, it's difficult. It feels like there's no right answer. It feels like no matter what we choose, that there will be somebody that's disappointed. And at the risk of, sounding, I can't, at the risk of taking more time, I read a comment from somebody on social media that, talks about how we as parents really influence our children and how they react to certain situations. And if we are not happy with the decision that has been made, our attitude projects onto our children and they'll go to school with that attitude. And so we are the example to them, and it is important that even if a decision is made today or next week that we don't agree with as parents, that we still show that maturity to, help them work through what they need to go through with a good attitude and with showing them the example that they need, to follow so that they are, happy and ready to go to school. And no matter if we agree with that or not, because ultimately the way we act shows them how they can act as well. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Green. Trustee Stone.
Thank you, Chairman Work. We have heard from so many people, so many teachers, so many other staff, so many community members and parents. And I felt like it was one big crowdsourcing, problem solving effort. And I appreciate the time that every one of those people took to write us, to give us their concerns, to give us their perspective, to give us suggestions. We got all kinds of great suggestions from people, things that even after thinking about this 60 or 70 hours a week for the last few weeks, hadn't occurred to me. So I really appreciate that. What I tried to do is I read all of them. I had kind of mapped out how, based on the original plan and that my concerns about it, what maybe we could change a bit that would make it more effective, maybe resolve some of the concerns that I had. And then I implemented a lot of the ideas that people sent us. And this is basically what I came up with: 7 principles, not the kind that are in charge of schools, but the kind that you try and hold to in order to do a job well. Principle 1 is healthy kids and staff should be in school as much as possible. Now, the hard part is we don't know who's healthy, so that's going to need a lot of help around it. But there are things that we can do. We want to keep healthy kids and staff in school as much as possible. Principle 2 is we want to make our schools as safe as possible for staff and for students. Principle 3, teachers need to be able to reach students in multiple locations, both synchronously and asynchronously. And that's because we're going to have kids, like I talked about before, our most common situation is going to be having kids who feel fine, who are at home, possibly for extended periods of time, who need to still be participating in what's going on and receiving content. And some of them will be able to watch it live while it's happening and be part of that day. And some of them will be unable to do that. Maybe they don't feel well, or they have to work for the family because the parents can't work, or there's not enough bandwidth at their house to watch while their siblings are watching. They need to be able to have that posted and something that they can watch later. Principle 4, students, parents, and staff are more successful when they're on a regular schedule and when they know what to expect. Principle 5, teachers need support in this new learning environment, all kinds of support from the board, from the administration, through professional development, etc., from parents at home. Principle 6, students across the district should have a similar access to learning, regardless of the plan they're on and regardless of the location of where students or staff are. And principle 7 is simple solutions are better. wherever we can simplify this process and make it consistent across the district for a particular child, for a particular teacher, so that when we're switching, it's seamless and we're spending our time teaching, not managing the switch. We're going to have students who choose to be online all year, and we'll have students who prefer to be in person for the year. I think Trustee Turner has been looking at options for students who decide to go fully online. My suggestions are, what I've been thinking about have been for the students who don't choose to go online, but are looking at this in-person plan A, B, or C if we have to go to that. Which plan we use, A, B, or C, is going to depend on community spread, individuals who are exposed, and it could vary by school, I think, within our district. But even when the whole district is in plan A or in plan B, we know there are going to be some students who are quarantined at home. So the question I wanted to address was, how do we reach all these students effectively without adding staff or completely overwhelming our teachers? How do you make it easy to switch between plans so it's as seamless as possible, so that when we do switch, we're not losing students because it's confusing? So the proposal I would like to put forth, and it needs strong vetting from lots of people, especially teachers who would have to implement it. But my proposal is that every day, regardless of whether we're in plan A, B, or C, teachers provide a minimum number of minutes of live streaming content from their classrooms, a regular schedule. So whether you're in the class or at home, you know, for example, you're in second grade, that you're going to get 10 minutes of live streaming at 8, 9, 10, and 11 in the morning from, say, all second grade teachers in your class. We know kids do better on a schedule if they can be at home following that same schedule. I think there's been a misunderstanding about live streaming. Live streaming is where the classroom is beamed into students' homes. So it's not showing the student's house. It's beaming into students' homes. It's a possibility for them to be on the same schedule as the kids in class and school, even when they're out. It would not be, it's not school TV where you just turn it on and leave the screen on all day long. Because for one, you can't upload that, it's too big, and nobody later could go back and actually find a particular lesson that was helpful or a particular live stream that they missed. But short segments through the day that keep kids at home engaged in the regular cadence of school. Now, that is going to be harder than what teachers normally do. But I can't imagine that it can be harder, and this is what we need to hear from more teachers on. I can't imagine it can be harder than having to completely separately provide all content in your spare time versus sharing the content live with people who are at home. It would work for quarantining, it works in plan B, and it works just the same when we're on plan C and students are at home and teachers are either at home or in school. Same schedule, everybody knows the routine. Even when you're in class, you know the routine. Now, clearly with teachers and students in different places, which under any plan, we're going to have situations like that, we need webcams, and webcams are not easy to find. But we have been able to find, I think, enough webcams for every instructor in our district to be able to live stream anywhere where there's Wi-Fi, inside or outside, as long as you have Wi-Fi access. The Blaine County Community Foundation has worked with local donors to cover the cost of providing each instructor in our schools with a portable webcam or document camera. The model that was picked was because of its versatility and its ease of use. And so that's the outline. The steps that I think that really, the highlights, I think, of what I would like to see are, I'd like to see a late start. I'd like to see students start after Labor Day. Anybody that heard me on the calendar committee will be surprised that I'm saying that. But I think a late start, having students start on Labor Day. I would suggest that the staff start on August 17th and give them 2 weeks of professional development, if that's possible. I think we could pull some professional development days later in the year and move them forward, because I think most of the time that they're going to need is going to need to be front loaded on the beginning of the school year. I think, as I've said, that the live streaming is key. I've already explained how that would work. There needs to be clearly an online enrollment option that parents can choose at the beginning of the year that would enroll in either for a semester or a year. Idaho Digital Learning Academy is the best option for this. We've talked about that. I do believe that the district should pay any IDLA fees because we don't want this to be an equity issue if someone decides or is trying to decide on whether to do IDLA. And I would love to see something that really rounded out our online experience and made it very robust. But again, I'll let other trustees talk to that. So Plan A, as I see it, all students would attend school with masks and all masks required from every student. It's part of the dress code. If you walked into class and you didn't have your pants on, you would go home and you would get your pants on. You come to school without a top on, you got to go home and put your top on. Masks are the same way. It can't be, we don't ask, it's just part of the deal. It's required, just like we have dress codes for everything else. And we do that to protect our teachers because our teachers are the one most at risk here and we really care about our teachers. So masks on for sure. We social distance as much as possible in Plan A. In Plan B, all students would be considered half-time students and would attend every other week. I think it's simpler, and then it's masked and they're able to social distance. I originally thought that we should get rid of Plan B and I don't think that anymore because social distancing is actually the most important thing we can do with a mask to keep our teachers safe. And if we feel like there's more risk than normal in the, whatever that is, we'll have to decide what that is. But if there's a little bit more risk around there, the social distancing with masks makes it much safer for teachers. And the only way we can do that is with fewer kids in school. I think you'd have to make exceptions for some essential workers who have young children who don't have anybody to care for them while they're working. And we'd need a way district-wide that was very consistent that people could apply for an exception so their kids could go full-time. But other than that, it's, A through L, M through Z, or, if we need to switch things around a bit, we do. You keep the normal bus schedule, you just have half as many kids on them because half as many kids are going to class. Normal school schedule, the kids at home, normal schedule, they're checking in at the same time. Kids when you're in school, normal schedule, checking in at the same time. Simple, half as many kids. Plan C, everybody goes to online. And of course, that would be determined by advice from the South Central Public Health District. Presumably if we're in Plan C, the reason that worked before was because the whole county was shut down and businesses were closed and there were parents home. So I hesitate to do a Plan C when businesses are still open and people are still out and about because I don't know that kids are going to be in a safe environment and I would be concerned about that. Illness. We need a new policy that's different. Any student with any symptoms of illness need to switch to remote learning until they recovered. Anything. And that it's not, even I have dropped my kid off when maybe they were a little sick the day before, but they seem fine now. Like we want to have healthy people in school and we want sick people at home and we want to support those sick people at home. We don't want to hesitate to have a student at home just because they have a cold, because it's okay. They can still check in through the day and be a part of their class and not miss that much. And we can make sure that they're healthy before they come back so that we have as many healthy people in school as possible and all the sick people at home. We need to make sure that we have sick leave policies clearly laid out for our employees. We need to have any teachers who are on quarantine should be live streaming from home and teaching from home. That we don't want to, just because you're in quarantine, I don't, unless you can't, because maybe you're in quarantine because you're caring for somebody else. But if you're in quarantine and you're fine, we don't have very many subs. We would love to have those teachers still earning money, still not using their sick leave, and still teaching from home. The consistency again for kids is critical. So that's the outline. I have lots more details that people gave that fill it out, but that's what I would like to see going forward. And mostly I would like to see that roundly discussed with a lot of teachers because they're the ones who are going to have to implement it. And I would love to have it discussed with a lot of principals because they're the ones that are going to have to oversee and enforce a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Larna.
So just going back to thanking everyone who did give feedback and put so much effort and time into writing letters and phone calls. And I've gone to all of the reentry meetings, that we've had and heard lots of different feedback. I think one of the biggest concerns for me is Plan B. I don't know how we support employers, employees, parents, kids by doing the every other, especially if like I said, if a teacher teaches in Haley and they have a kid in Cary or Ketchum or wherever it may be, I don't understand when that kid is home alone how we expect them to jump online and take care of themselves and be in school while their parent is teaching, or if they're an essential worker. I feel like somehow we need to combine A and B to where A, like Laura has said, is starting on day one, because on day one, we know that we're going to have a parent in quarantine or a student where they can't come to school. And how do we somehow ensure that this kid, especially if they're feeling okay, not miss out on 14 days of education? So whether the teacher comes in and pushes, the button, whatever, and is live streamed, then the student can at least partake in a half a day of education or whatever it is they need and be able to communicate with the teacher. I think that it kind of goes to the same thing as every other week, just as every other day. How do we expect, because in plan B, what are the perimeters of plan B? What makes us as a school board decide plan B? Because are all of the parents still employed? Are they still working? And if that's the case, then what do we do with all these kids at home every other week, all week long? I don't know how we support that and ask all the employers to support that the parents need to be home helping educate their kids every other week or every other day. So I think if we did plan A and B, the student can jump online for those 14 days, and it would be it's temporary, it's not permanent. I think that then at that point, when we decide we need to go into plan C, parents are home, everyone's home, so then we can support that because it's a stay-at-home order. None of us are leaving. So then, the majority, I know that there's a lot of essential workers out there. But how do we support? I think it's a community need of supporting, because we saw what it did. Parents weren't able to help support their kids. Kids weren't able to jump online. We weren't educating our kids. Teachers were really lost. And teachers are also parents. How are we asking them to help teach their kids at home, but also teach our kids from their home? So I think there is still, somehow we need to implement A and B together, and then, have A just as normal with masks until we don't have to have masks. I don't think that has to be a forever thing. At the end of the first trimester, semester, whatever, if things magically lift, they're probably not going to, but if we need to have a little bit of flexibility in there. And because we have heard from a lot of parents that if my child has to wear a mask, I'm homeschooling. So if we can figure out how to do the online thing from day one, we're still supporting those families. And even if it is only during the first trimester or semester or whatever the kid is in, because maybe at that point something has changed and that kid is still getting a relationship with that teacher and learning how that teacher teaches, etc. And then, moving forward from that, instead of just having those kids enroll in IDLA. And I do think that we need to have an ask of a date, whether it's August, whatever, of saying, what are you doing? Are you doing online, from home, with us? So then that teacher can be prepared for how many online students they're going to have, or if they're going to be in school fully, unless the kid gets COVID. And if that's the case, or the parent or whatever the case may be, can pop out for those 14 days or 8 days or whatever it is, and then pop back in. That's all.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lauren.
Yeah.
Trustee Turner, please.
Yeah, I'd like to touch on this online piece. I think we've seen a heck of a lot of feedback from parents who clearly aren't comfortable in sending their kids off when there's COVID in the community. They're teachers that don't want to be in teaching in that model, being subjected to that risks therein. And I think we owe a great responsibility to both those populations there. And so I wanted to take a little more time to look at this online model. There's, what I'm going to propose is something that's rather new, and it's easy to shoot it down because it's not fully vetted with everyone, but it comes from a bit of study, and it started with the IDLA. And again, as Chairman Rourke said, I'm not sure I want to put my kids on that plane until it's built, especially those K through 6th grades. But so the next living example out there is, right down there in West Ada County, and I had a great conversation with Marcus Myers down there in that school district, and they're rolling out the virtual schoolhouse down there. They're taking teachers from around the district and staffing this virtual model. The kids are allowed to enroll in it. He said they have open enrollment on Friday. They had 150 kids a day apply to it or enroll in it. It's a model that they've been working on since the school shut down last March. I mean, they're not trying to put this thing together at the last minute. So there was always some good planning there. There was some structure in place. They were using it for a little different purpose, but the idea was that teachers could that we didn't feel safe teaching in a person-to-person environment could migrate to this model. Families could access it. It would give families a real choice. And there's a question of, how do you move the FTEs around? I'm sorry, the full-time employees in and out of each model and so forth. But, I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that unless we ask them. I mean, we clearly have teachers that are not comfortable in the current teaching model. And if we're just going to assume, we don't know how many kids would move from one school to the next, and the nightmare would be to move full-time employees around. Is something we need to vet with the affected parties. Again, the West Ada School District, had that big bond issue fail, and so they're actually down FTEs there, and they're making do down there with under these constraints. It's not perfect. It's there, but they believe it's the ability to deliver some very good content to kids in the district, and they're finding they're bringing in kids who are homeschooled and kids from the private school. So it's a model that I think shouldn't be dismissed offhand. I think it needs more vetting. I think it needs, but it's, the question is it worthy of our investment into this sort of model? And then once you go into that model, boy, the whole world opens up. I mean, the amount of investment that's going into the online teaching world is phenomenal. The resources that are being poured into this and the solutions that are being provided outside our valley are pretty darn exciting. And it's, I came across another model through a conversations with some folks from an educational foundation I worked with before. And they're looking at a model that's just brand new, a national summer school initiative. And that model pairs award-winning mentor teachers from around the country with local teachers to deliver a really high level of content to the kids, where the local teachers would provide the connectivity with the mentor teachers. The mentor teachers would deliver, unbelievable content. The local teachers would help with the social emotional learning. There are many aspects to it that are very attractive. But what it would be to bring the very best teachers in the United States into the classroom for kids in Blaine County. Again, it's a new model. I'm having a conference call with them tomorrow, and I'd love to hear some more about it. But again, I think this online model, I'm just not comfortable sending our kids down to the least common denominator. I think that they deserve more, and I think we have the resources in this community to create something more for them. Again, could be a heavy lift in a time like this when there's so much else going on. But it's, I think this online, we heard it time and again through the responses from the teachers and the parents, that this online model is something that folks are really interested in. I think we owe it to them to fully flesh it out. What is the best online model we can offer to families in this district? Is just for the sake of brevity. We've had a lot of good points brought up by the previous trustees, and so I would weigh, obviously the South Central Health District, best last on all this stuff. but the modified plan B that Trustee Stone outlined, I think has a lot of merit. And again, I think it needs a lot of vetting, but it's one that I would support along with the delayed school opening. Again, this is a time where we're asking everybody to do more with less, and that goes for teachers and families, and especially families. And but people manage through times of crisis, and great things happen. My mom's or my wife's dad was put on a boat during the bombing of London and sent to the United States with his 4-year-old brother. The family made some tough decisions during a time of crisis, and I think the families in this district would make similar tough decisions. And if we all work together, we'll come up with a great model here. So that's about all I have on that.
Thank you, Trustee Turner. I don't think there's any question about the fact that everybody sitting on the board tonight, and probably everybody watching this board meeting, would prefer to have all children return to their classrooms as soon as possible. The problem with that, of course, is that you have the risk of some serious health problems if you do that. And so it's not clear to me, reading this plan, that we can do Plan A unless we have a firmer grasp on what's really going on. We have flattened the curve in Blaine County, and I think to a certain extent we can take part of the credit for that. We did our part, I think is probably the best way to put it. And I hate to think what things might have looked like if we had kept the schools going, even as long as the State Board of Education wanted us to keep them going forward. But by keeping kids out of class, we have the other risk, and that is that the social skills that they are also supposed to be building will not be built. And of course, they have had 5 months now, they being the students, when they weren't in class, when they didn't have eye-to-eye contact with their teachers. And that does disturb me. As you read the plan, the phrase comes up time and again, the key is flexibility. And I disagree with that completely. It seems to me the key here is preparation. And I don't believe that we are prepared to open the schools on the 17th of August. Maybe we can catch up, maybe we can get it done. But the problem, one of the problems I've had with this district, and I've had since I've been on the board, which is less than 7 months, is that somehow we always wait until the very end. And I don't care whether it's the budget or the problem we had with the DI program at Hemingway. We were being asked to make a very important decision, very important to the students in the program and their parents, with literally 4 or 5 days notice. And what concerns me here is that everyone admits, and I think Dr. Holmes does, this isn't the final plan. We're not ready to go back to school on any one of these options at this particular time. So for me, at least, there's just no question. As much as it hurts me, and it's going to hurt some of our students, we cannot go back to school until after Labor Day for several reasons. One, you're never going to eliminate the risk that things are going to take off again, that the curve is not going to be flat, it's going to spike well into the high number of cases. Our problem here in this district, of course, is that people are flocking here from areas where the incidence rate is much higher than it is right here. Now, we don't know for sure where they're coming from or why they're coming here at all. But the speculation, of course, is that they're coming here because they don't want the risk of COVID-19 to fall on their children. And I'm not sure, when I read today Tissue's comment about how many new enrollments they have in Hemingway, and those more than offset what, at least at this point, look like declines in enrollment at Alturas, I'm saying to myself, this is a whole new factor. This is something that we had not really considered before. we've got students coming into the district that have never been here before. We don't know what their health issues are. We don't know whether or not we're going to be able to absorb them easily. We've got to teach them. They become students when they enroll. If they are residents, we have to take them. But I don't find anything in the plan that speaks to that issue. And in fairness, at the time this latest draft was presented to us, we didn't know about that problem. What we do know is this: whether it is plan A, B, or C, at some level, it is going to have to involve remote learning or digital learning or whatever you want to call it. Under plan A, there are going to be students whose parents say, no, I don't like that plan. You are not providing me with sufficient protection for me to think I can safely send my children to school. Now, do we say to them, okay, there is this IDLA program that we don't run, but we recommend it to you and we think you ought to check it out? A number of the comments that I read said, why is this? Why is it that if I don't want to endanger my child by sending him or her to school, I am then shunted off to a program that I know nothing about, and a program that is not controlled by the very school district to which I'm paying my taxes? I think that's a very, very important point. If we go to plan B, 2 of the days a week are going to be either no learning at all, or some part of the learning has to be delivered digitally. I have a really hard time believing that if you post an assignment online and a child is out of school, let's say it's one of the children who is going on Tuesdays or Wednesdays and Thursdays, I have a hard time believing that that student on Friday and then the following Monday and Tuesday is going to do those assignments. It's really hard to deal with. And I had parent after parent after parent complain that one of the things we did in our distance learning program was do away with grades. There was no accountability for their children. And I have to agree with that. And I know that there are all kinds of arguments and discussion and study of grading programs and whether they are equitable. And I don't think this is the time to get into that particular debate. However, we have to know that if we go to the digital model, either in plan B or plan C, there's going to be some accountability that students have to understand. No, you're not going to be able to be in the classroom, but you're going to have to do the work that is posted online. And unless you monitor that, I don't know how you end up with that particular result. I don't think I've made any secret of the fact I'm not happy with the planning in this case. I'm not happy at all. When I sent out the email to teachers, we got a flood of emails and lots of good suggestions. And the same thing with parents. And much like Trustee Stone, when I started reading, and I replied personally to most of them, I learned things about this district that I otherwise would never have known. I had ideas presented that I hadn't thought of and I didn't see confronted in the plan either. With teachers, if anybody doubted that there is a culture in this district of fear of reprisal or retribution, I can tell you it's there. We had to go out of our way to get teachers to give us their commentary. So for me, when I hear someone say, oh, they've been involved right from the start, and we built this plan on their concerns, I just shake my head in disbelief. I firmly believe that we're going to have to wait until after Labor Day. The tourists will not be gone, but the number of tourists coming here will decrease. There's no question about that. We won't have as many out of area people visiting us. I think that's important. It will also give us the opportunity for more training. When you stop and think about it, what we are teaching hasn't changed much. What has changed is how we teach that. And for me, that's the bedrock. You're going to have some component in each one of these plans. We've got to teach the teachers. I wouldn't know what to do if someone said to me, we want you to deliver a lecture that you have always delivered to a live audience, but we want you to do that on video. That would take a while, and I would want to have the chance to practice. I know that Trustee Stone has gone out of her way. She's used her own credit card to do everything she could to acquire the number of web cameras that we need to adopt and implement some of the suggestions that she and others have made that I think have a lot of merit to them. And I agree with Trustee Turner. I don't know enough about IDLA to really make any intelligent remarks at all, but I am troubled that we would so readily say to parents who have legitimate safety concerns, well, you can come in our building, or you can go down the road to a building that we really don't know much about and we have no control over. I don't think that's satisfactory. I don't know why we have not been building over the course of the summer our own online program. Does it cause some problems? No question about that. Are there all sorts of issues about how you're going to do it? Yes. But we really have not attempted to put together a plan that would provide parents who don't want to send their children back to school, at least yet, with a quality education. It's going to be truncated, there's no question about that. And so whether it's in Plan A and you've got someone who has been quarantined, or someone who, for reasons beyond any control of his, is living with a parent who has the virus and is struggling through, you can't put him back in the classroom. Does he have to fall behind for 3 or 5 days? I'm not seeing that at all. I don't think we've done nearly enough. We are following old models. I always hesitate to use this metaphor. It's biblical, but it makes people think that perhaps I have alcohol on my mind more than I should. It's called putting new wine in old wineskins, and I think that's exactly what we're doing here. So I want to make a couple of suggestions. We need to have a different planning model than we've got right now. To have 3 or 4 people who don't return to the classroom, they're not going to be in the classroom when a second grader runs up and takes his mask off to give the teacher a big hug, and he's got the snotty nose and so forth. The people who are doing this planning aren't going to be there. Now, I'm not saying that they don't have a role in the planning, but I continue to believe that what this district offers that is special here is the quality of its faculty. And we are not, in spite of representations that I just think are untrue, we are not giving our teachers the chance to participate in the planning program. It's going to happen again. We're going to hand them a plan. This is what you do. We'll see you later. And this idea that we can turn it over to the principals have more than enough to do without having to build a new plan just for their building. So I think that we should put together, I guess that Trustee Turner would call it a vetting team, and get into this plan, but look at alternatives. And I would like to see Trustee Larna, who has attended those meetings, and Trustee Stone, who has gone out of her way to explore online live stream education classes. I think that we've got some people in the technology department who ought to be included in that. Paul Zimmerman. I think we ought to have a principal from an elementary school. We ought to have the principal from the high school and the principal from the middle school participate. And in addition, some teachers who are actually there in the classroom day after day dealing with these problems. So I'm not making a motion because that's not the way it works. I do think that we need to delay opening of the schools. I know I can hear some parents out there right now gasping, but we do need that time. I think that provides a certain extra measure of safety. It doesn't solve the problem, but it helps us. I think we have to have a team put together that can think outside the box, that can be creative, and can perhaps use this plan as the skeletal structure, but can put the skin and muscle on those bones. Again, there are a lot more things that could be said. I'm sure every one of the trustees could go on for quite some time, but that sums up my commentary. Let's go back to you, Vice Chair Green. See if there's something, and I'm not asking you to make a motion at this particular time, but do you have something in mind that you think could provide guidance, could inform the plan? I'm not talking about 84 pages of detail. I'm talking about some principles pretty much in the nature of what Trustee Stone provided us with. Go ahead.
I do have some concerns regarding some of her suggestions, and kind of some follow-up questions. What would it look like if we started after Labor Day, and how that affects the rest of the calendar? You know, if we are moving around calendars, that means we have to meet again. And based on policy, I think we have to have that vetting period of time again to change the calendar, and how that goes along with.
Let me just for a second, Vice Chair, I don't mean to butt in, but
Yeah, that's okay.
you will recall that we passed a resolution back in March
True.
that suspended all of the policies, so we can do whatever the hell we want to do.
Sort of within the law, right?
Yeah, I like to stay within the law. I've been doing it for 43 years.
Yeah. I have concerns on how much extra time that will take in planning on the trustees' part, because ultimately we as trustees would have to approve another calendar. I understand the idea of getting more time, and I appreciate that. That's my concern, is if we move the calendar back to Labor Day, how that affects the rest of our calendar. As far as live streaming goes, I think there's a definite difference between live streaming in Plan A versus live streaming in Plan B versus C. I'm going back to an email we received from Kylie Hofer, who's a teacher at Alturas, and in response to the point about web streaming or live streaming, her consideration as a teacher, and this could be the perspective from an elementary teacher, is that she says live streaming is a huge inconvenience if we have students who are physically present in our classrooms. I very rarely stand in one place when I teach. So, I think it's taking into consideration the practice of an elementary teacher versus the practice of a middle school versus the practice of a high school teacher. And that's, when we talk about live streaming, having that input from different levels of teachers or different grade levels, upper to lower grades, is important, because I know just from volunteering in my daughter's kindergarten classroom that the lesson that I was involved in when I would volunteer would not be a lesson that would be able to live stream, just because the teacher was everywhere in the classroom, going from the board to the student, over here to the student. And then the other point that she makes is that the other thing that keeps coming up in her Facebook groups, teaching Facebook groups, is the FERPA laws, which prohibit students from being recorded due to privacy concerns. So if during Plan A you're live streaming for those kids that are quarantined at home, you do have to be cognizant and aware of the kids that are already in your classroom. So just having how to navigate that. How do we navigate those FERPA laws and those privacy laws with those kids in the classroom? So those are aspects that I would like to see feedback from those teachers on. from multiple levels so that we are making sure that we're not putting teachers an undue burden on them based on, you know, where they are as a teacher. But if we feel like IDLA is not a good option, I'm not really familiar with IDLA. My son has had one IDLA course for high school. I'm not familiar with the elementary program. If, you know, I guess it's an unknown, like sending your kid to a new school in a school district, whether you know it's a good school or not. It's, you know, some of those choices have to be made. If we as a board decide that IDLA is not a viable option, I understand. I'm not sure, like with Trustee Turner's comments about the West Data program, if that works for our district on our level, I would love that. That would be wonderful. I just, I'm not sure how that would logistically work out for our district. And I would like to hear some feedback on, like from teachers and building principals, how that would work out. And also from our teaching and learning department on how the curriculum would work with that. So those are, you know, those are things that I did look at and took into consideration when I was reading through emails and such. I just didn't know how they would work out for our district or whether they were feasible or workable or practical for our situation. You know, those are my comments and my feedback on what I heard today. Or heard
Thank you.
questions and comments. So,
Trustee Stone.
Thank you, Trustee Green. Those are great questions. Those are definitely ones that came up. I talked to a bunch of people about this, and so I would like to address some of your concerns with that. I'd like to start by discussing the late start. I know that we think we've got COVID under control here right now, but I have 3 people very close to me right now who all have it. And I know somebody else who gave it to one of them. And none of those numbers have hit because none of those tests have come back yet. So my feeling, and of course it's because of the position that I'm in, but my feeling right now is it's here. And I'm concerned, and I would like to see us take a little bit more time before we start for that reason alone. In addition, I feel like we've made the point clear tonight. We want to have more teacher participation. We want more teacher feedback on this. I want more principal feedback on this, and that takes time. And I don't think we have enough time. Unfortunately, we've lost the last 8 weeks without taking advantage of that input from everybody. And I would like to see us have enough time to do that. It's still not enough, but at least it would be more and it would be better. I'd like to see us extend the amount of professional development we're able to offer teachers and really cater it to what they feel they need, rather than, you know, maybe survey what they need and set up classes for what teachers feel will benefit them the most. Have that be very teacher directed. And I don't know how it normally works, but it seems like a critical thing here when we only have so much time, that if they feel comfortable on a certain platform, that's not what they're spending their time on, that they're spending their time on something else. So even if we could start right now by having a spot on the website where teachers who have been doing professional development this summer and have programs that they found were helpful or weren't helpful, where they could post those so that anybody interested in doing something like that could have a list of resources from people in the district who've already been accessing things online. There's all, you know, we don't have to come up with all this ourselves. Everyone in the world is doing this right now. And there's all kinds of systems that we could be taking advantage of. We just want to make it easy for people to get to it. Now, as far as the live streaming goes, I want to remind you that the purpose of it is to make it easier for staff to provide content in less time. So the idea was to address the fact, how are you supposed to reach kids in multiple places easily without having to spend all the time prepping and preparing something to post and then being in front of students. And so when we were testing these cameras, that was what we were looking at. How easy is it to use? How easy is it to set up and plug in? How easily can I move it around to wherever I am? Does it have a wide enough screen? And it does. It's got a mobile arm, a flex arm, so that it can just be twisted up and it shows the whole classroom. It can be twisted down to a piece of paper where you're drawing something, or a form you're filling out, or a math problem you're solving on a piece of paper, to be twisted up again to the board. It is, hold on, let me see what else I have. The idea is you're getting ready to teach someone, say, how to solve this math problem, or you're doing spelling and you turn it up on the screen and you're projecting that for whatever the length of that lesson is. As you're older, it might be a little bit longer. Younger kids would be shorter. You hit record and you go up to the front of the room and you teach it. It is already, it's streaming, so kids who are remote can see it, and it is literally 1 or 2 clicks to post it. And that's all it is. So there's not a lot of time with it. And the prep time that you use can be for the plan, not to then create the content. The content creation is happening while you're teaching instead. Of course, you could edit video afterwards if you wanted to. If something happened in the classroom and you didn't want that to be something you posted, you could eliminate that part of the video. The videos are getting posted, not to YouTube, where anybody in the world can see, where you have privacy concerns. The videos are being posted, say, to Google Classroom, where the students have to log in order to be able to see it. So just as they might have experienced whatever happened on their in the class, they're the people who can see it afterwards as well.
So, like, for example, when they're posting it to Google Classroom, the students and their family members are able to view that if the student is watching it. So
that's correct. So
that's where my privacy concerns come in.
Necessary, the teacher could edit it before posting.
Okay, let's try to speak one at a time if we could, please.
So that's where my concerns regarding student privacy come into play, is as far as you know, if you're live, I guess you're saying that it's not a total live stream, like it's not streaming as the teacher is doing it. It's a recording that they then post up.
Both.
It's both. So if you're live streaming, there's no way to edit the live stream that people see.
That's true.
So if I'm a parent who has a first grader, which I do, and the teacher is walking around the classroom and recording, you know, that interaction, you know, that parent may not want their student to be, you know, displayed in that video.
And that might not be how you use the live streaming, right? The idea is not to live stream the whole day.
Yeah.
The idea might be to live stream the lesson. And you're right, there may be kids in there. Yep.
So this is where I would like the feedback from our elementary teachers on how they teach and how live streaming would fit in with their method of teaching, because we're not asking them to change the way they're teaching. Aside from, well, we're asking them to change the way, but we're not asking them to, you know, we still want them to have their autonomy in the way they teach. And if they still like to, you know, have that interaction between teacher to student, and they're walking around and interacting with their students in that lesson, you know, they could live stream that one part and then pause it, which is, you know, I just want to have that feedback from those elementary teachers, because from what I'm reading from this one elementary teacher, it seems like it's more planning on their part. It might be more work, which we're trying to make things simple. So that's really what I would like, is that feedback from them on how it would impact our teaching.
And I agree with you completely. We need feedback. I think it's important. I think live streaming, people assume that you have a camera on in the classroom all day long and somebody's watching it. So I think there's a lot of explanation about how it's being used, how you would use it. It was something that Superintendent Holmes pointed out earlier, that you would do it in segments. If you were live streaming, you wouldn't do one big long one. And I agree with that completely. And that's, you think of Khan Academy, you think of any of these programs like that, you have segments that somebody can go and look at just the part that they're interested in. Nobody wants to wade through an hour-and-a-half video to find the 3-minute lesson that they were looking for, right?
Yeah.
So you're right, it will be teaching differently, you'd have to learn differently, but we're gonna ask, I hope that we're gonna ask staff to keep kids who are at home for 3 or 4 weeks up to speed. And yes. I've yet to have somebody propose a way to do that that's less work than live streaming.
Yeah. Well, and maybe it doesn't come to live streaming. Maybe it comes to just using that camera to record your lesson. And then you can go back and edit it later if they want to.
Yep, true. Yep.
So, and just a consideration regarding the calendar. If we do start 2 weeks later, the consideration is where does that put our semesters for high school, middle school, elementary? And I don't know if there's some days that we can accommodate as far as if teachers are willing to give up in-service days or PD days or whatever they, I don't know, that'll be a discussion with them. But, just understanding the impacts of moving school 2 weeks back, we'll move our semester to 2 weeks after our holiday break and move our end of school out to, whatever that ends up being. So just those considerations. But I do agree that we do need to come up with a plan for those kids that are at home in quarantine, whether it's because they're sick or whether it's because they have a family member sick, and also come up with something for those teachers that are home. And, from the testimony we got from several faculty members that did contract COVID, they were out for weeks and still haven't fully recovered yet. And I don't know how a teacher that's in quarantine would be, be able to, stream from home.
Well, if you're in isolation and you're sick, obviously you couldn't, but if you're in quarantine because you've been exposed, there's lots of exposure. The most exposure that happens is the people who were exposed, but maybe don't even have it yet.
Yeah. And so, I guess the other question I would have is, are we going to even have substitute teachers? Based on that comment we received from a substitute teacher in our emails, most of our substitute teachers are in our high risk category. And so how are we going to handle that? Are we trying to hire more subs? Are we, this is a question I'm sure that Dr. Holmes can answer later. Are we trying to hire more subs, and are our subs willing to still be substitute teachers? Because that is an at-will position.
Kelly, just to add on to that, I've actually, a few subs have reached out to me and they are still very interested in teaching, the ones I've heard of. So, and very excited about like the online communication. So,
yeah.
And just like we train our teachers, I would argue that whatever professional development we offer at the beginning of the year, that they need to be a part of all of that or as much of it as possible. Because otherwise they're not going to be effective when they get in there. And it also, again, because of the sub issue, I think all the more reason why if teachers can teach while in quarantine, if, again, that they're not taking care of somebody else and they're not sick, if they're just waiting around to get out of quarantine, it would be great to have them still engaged, and we definitely need them and want to be paying them and not having them on sick leave for that.
And I guess my last comment, so, to give the time to the rest of you, is if a parent still chooses to enroll in IDLA, I don't want to eliminate that as an option. If a parent has that choice, that's their choice. So I wouldn't totally just disregard IDLA. If a parent wants to enroll in that, then go ahead. But understand that there has to be commitment with that. That if you want to be in IDLA, that you have a certain time amount that you need to commit to that.
That's a great point.
So that you're not flip-flopping between, well, now I want my kid to be in regular class. So the teacher has to accommodate that. So I wouldn't say that the only option is IDLA, that we have other online options as well.
Yeah.
So.
Do you have anything further, Trustee Stone?
No, that's all.
All right, Trustee Larna.
Just to add on to the IDLA, IDLA is also a, what's the word am I looking for? My boys, dual immersion. So a lot of kids with dual immersion who, or want to graduate early can, go to regular school and do IDLA. And so I think that even if they are doing online through the school, such as Trustee Turner has talked about, they could still enroll in IDLA and take additional classes. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Like I said, both of my boys have been enrolled in IDLA. They don't love online, and it hasn't been a great experience. The teachers have been really great, but I think a lot of it depends on the student and how they learn online. My son recently was going to take French online last year as a 14-year-old and ended up dropping it. I think it just depends on the student, where they're at, et cetera. So I'm just saying it doesn't have to be one way or the other. And I do love the idea of Trustee Turner, of having, an individual online class. And even if it is only for enough for one grade, like, enough for 20 students in that, if there's only one grade, and once it's full, it's full. And then second grade and all the way up, that could be maybe an option. And then in regards to the late start, I am really apprehensive about the late start. I don't know if there is a way that we give maybe like a week of a late start or a couple extra days, but I do think that I think it would be hard, just like Trustee Green said, in regards to all of the semesters, et cetera, and that everybody has put so much work into it. I know that this is, not a normal time, but I do think that if we can work around that and maybe provide something else, even an extra day in the upcoming weeks for the first month for the teachers, then can, collaborate and talk about how things are going and how they're not, et cetera, instead of doing the late start. I think there's other ways we can work around that. And that's all I have.
Trustee Turner.
Mike's off.
These days, I'll get it right. To the point of the late start, I haven't been privy to the acrobatics of calendar committees and things like that, but it sure would make a heck of a lot of sense to add time for training, because this is, we are entering into a vastly different world, and training is probably the way we get through this thing. But the second point is, I appreciate the other trustees' support on this novel concept of an online school, giving it a chance to breathe a little life. The question is, how do we get from here to there? And I think that's going to be a question of leadership, and who we put in charge of this endeavor, because there's there's going to be constituencies who would like to slow walk this thing, and there's others that think it's the greatest thing in the world. So kind of looking to you all for some structure here. I've got plenty of time. I've volunteered to play a role in this, because I think it's very important, and it's something I think we could do something very meaningful. In no way, shape, or form do I ever meant to denigrate the IDLA. They've obviously been doing great things for some time. You can go on their website and they'll tell you they have been doing great things for a long time. So I have no reason not to believe it. But again, I think we have the resources in this community if we pull them together quickly to offer a choice. And I think that's choice is what our parents and our teachers and our kids need at a time like this. So again, I really want to get behind this online piece, and I'm not sure what we do tomorrow morning when we wake up. I've got a couple calls that I need to make, but when you look at all the tools out there, the Dream Boxes and Alexias and these different platforms that are utilizing artificial intelligence to monitor it as kids answer problems. They do 6,000 computations of a minute to ask, to know which next question to ask, and so forth. And this would never ever replace a two-legged teacher, but it's a tool, and it's a tool that if we could create a model that we could bring into this school district, that would be a great thing. And so again, I think we're going to need some. I agree with everyone else, so we don't have enough time to do this, but I don't think that should stop us from doing it. So I'm ready, willing, and would like to be very involved here. So no further comments, Chairman Rohr.
Thank you, Trustee Turner. And I agree with you completely. This is going to be a hard year. There's no two ways about it. But we can either handle it so we just get through it, or we can handle it in such a way that not only do we get through it, but we do so with innovation, and we will undoubtedly find some things that will continue to be used for the benefit of our students for years and years and years to come. Even disasters often bring innovation and improvements. Terrible thing to say, but true. World War II, as bloody and god awful as it was, actually resulted in advances in science and technology. So if we just look at this as something that has to be endured, and how can we possibly get our heads down and avoid making any mistakes, we're going to be making a mistake. So I'm not denigrating IDLA. I don't know why anyone would think that we would want to prohibit parents, even if we could, from utilizing IDLA. If that's their choice, I respect it. That wasn't the question. That isn't my issue anyway. My issue is, why are we not moving forward to develop our own digital model? And why do we not have in place resources that are going to have to be delivered online that will prevent a child who is at home, as I say, through no fault of his own, from getting so far behind he isn't going to be able to make it up? I don't know exactly what quarantine numbers will be used in the coming school year, but let's just say that it is 14. That's 10 school days. And how do you come back after 10 school days and try to pick up what you lost in those 10 days? And furthermore, we have talked about, and perhaps less than we should have, the learning gap that we've already got. We don't just have the usual 3 months from the summer, we have that, but we have an additional 2.5 months tacked on top of that. And that's a problem. And I think that if we had had a better model in place, and again, I'm not blaming anyone for not having it, that we were under circumstances that were just very, very difficult. But we weren't under those circumstances afterwards. And what I have seen in the planning is that it's limited to 3 or 4 people. Teachers are not involved in the planning. Principals aren't involved in the planning the way they should be. And these are the people in the trenches. There are a lot of fine people down in our district office, no question about it. We've got some talented people down there. But they're not people who have to go into classrooms day after day and deal with all of the problems that we're going to see. I think in the end, what I'm suggesting here is that we've got 2 advantages if we don't open the schools until after Labor Day. One is that it does, and I can't say the level to which it does, but it does provide us a little more breathing room, if you will. That's probably a bad metaphor under these circumstances, but we have more time to deal with how we're going to structure this year that isn't haphazard. And it also gives us a better look at what school is going to look like for the rest of the fall. We need as much time as we can possibly get to find out just how far this COVID-19 thing is going to extend into the year. So we get the chance of perhaps entering a period where the curve is flatter, and we also have time to train our teachers. Again, what I think is the teachers are not really teaching new material. The question is not what are we going to teach? Again, it's how are we going to teach it, and how are we going to teach it under circumstances that may be changing from week to week. And that's the thing that has to be addressed. I think that what Trustee Stone has suggested represents a great level of possibilities. And again, we may be able to develop things. I hope as soon as possible, we can put our students back in the classroom full-time under the kinds of circumstances that prevailed before the COVID-19 pandemic. But I believe it's going to take a while. And in the meantime, while we are delivering a better product, we may be developing some tools which aren't designed to replace in-classroom learning, but can be used to augment those and provide some opportunities that haven't been there before for students who, for whatever reason, are unable to attend schools for a significant period of time. So we've already hit my limit of 4-hour meetings, but we'll extend it a little bit. Does somebody feel comfortable enough to make a motion here? Again, I think that we've got to find a way to vet this planning process and add some creativity. So let me start with you, Trustee Stone. You obviously have chiseled more things into stone than the rest of us have altogether. So go ahead.
I don't know how if we do this all as one motion or not, but here's what I think needs to be included in our moving forward. I'd like to have students start on September 8th in the motion. I would like to have more than a week of professional development for staff, but we'll have to look at what we can do with that. I'd love to see 2 weeks, but I don't know if that's really feasible. I'd like to remind you all that there is a calendar that starts after Labor Day that's already been designed by the previous board. And so that we have something to start with on that. We're not starting from scratch. And I would like to see a vetting committee. I don't know if we want to call it a committee or not, whatever technically we want to call it, to provide input to the board and the administration on the plan, and to actually hammer out a lot of these details and start getting out a lot of the details about the plan. I'd like to see 2 people from admin, kind of what Chairman Work was saying, 2 people from the board, a principal from each level of the school, maybe 6 teachers to help vet what we're putting in place, with the idea that they would reach out to more people and bring that input in. We need subcommittees to look at various things from HR. We need a report from HR on what those policies should look like, and start getting that feedback from transportation. Get a report from Lance in there and have that committee reviewing all of that to really flesh out a plan. And I don't know that it needs to be just the same 2 of the board members at the meetings. I think it can rotate among all of us who attends, but I think we should always try and have 2 board members there, because in the end, we're the ones who have to okay it. And if our questions and concerns aren't being sufficiently addressed, we're not going to have a plan. So I would move that we.
Could I interrupt again, having already made that suggestion? It just occurred to me. Would it be better if we had a couple of nights to think about this and came back on Thursday? Would everybody be able to accommodate that?
That's a great idea.
I will be out of town on Thursday, but since we are virtual, I could possibly call in anyway.
All right, and Trustee Larna, would you be available?
I'm looking at my calendar really quick. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I don't.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Sorry.
To be honest, it probably won't work. Mostly because tomorrow.
Even to sleep on it, is it worth just to sleep on it?
I would like, personally, I would like to have at least a couple of nights. I think that what we really ought to do is have each one of us sort of write down our ideas and have them ready to make a motion so that we can discuss it more specifically. I think Trustee Turner's suggestion about giving some serious study to developing a digital program in our own district makes a lot of sense, and we may be able to have a separate vetting committee, if that's what we want to call it, for that purpose. I'd like to have a little more time to be specific about these things.
I'm fine with Thursday and whatever works. I do feel like whatever going forward that we need to have some really strict deadlines for all of us, in regards to meetings weekly and us maybe meeting weekly moving forward or whatever the case may be.
Good idea. Trustee Turner, would you be available on Thursday?
I certainly would, and would be available every subsequent Thursday and Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Whatever.
Do what your life. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Kelly, would it work better to be like at a certain time on Thursday versus 6 o'clock?
Well, what time are you available, Amber? I know that it's your.
I can be available. Yeah, I can be available whenever. So that's why.
Just at a time I'll call in.
All right.
Yeah.
All right then, without need of a motion, I'm permitted to do this. I'm going to call a special meeting for Thursday, the 23rd of July, 2020 at 6 p.m. And I think it does behoove us to be as specific as we possibly can at that meeting, because we do need to start putting things out there, getting things decided, setting some deadlines so that we are not stumbling up against the 10th of August, still not knowing what we want to do.
Chairman Rourke, can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
I know that our discussions are supposed to be in public. And one of the reasons I didn't email everybody, the only reason I didn't email everybody kind of what I laid out today in the meeting is I didn't want to violate any open meeting rules. But is it okay to send something like that as long as we don't then engage in a discussion about it? In other words, if over the next 2 days, can there be any exchange of ideas? And what are the rules on that? How does that work? Because
well, I think,
but not violate anything.
Here's what I think can be done, and I want to be very careful. What the law prohibits is deliberation. And I think we want to be very, very careful about that, because I think everybody watching tonight and people who are not watching tonight, may be watching on Thursday or just following this through other means, really needs to feel confident that this is not something that is being decided behind closed doors. If you have a proposal, much like what you have tonight, 10 commandments, or were there only 7? Something like that, I think, could just be sent to the board clerk and say, please distribute this. I don't want people responding to that, saying, here's what I think about it. But it would be out in front of us before we met Thursday night.
Okay.
Is that clear?
I wish I'd thought of that. That's perfect. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have anything more to say, or shall we wait until Thursday night?
Can I say something? This is going.
All right,
Can I say something?
Yes.
If we know ahead of time, I mean, and it just isn't something that drops out of the sky at a meeting, we can help with some of the planning. Like if we know that Trustee Turner is interested in doing our own virtual online, then we can start calculating, are there staff that we can pull out of buildings to do online teaching, or what kind of gaps are we going to have in properly certified teachers and stuff like that. But if we don't know ahead of time, we can't help you with that fact finding.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean about ahead of time. Certainly, we ought to get that out so that the administration and the faculty and so forth can comment further. And it's not my idea that we would come in on Thursday night and have an 84-page plan ready to implement. But I think, for instance, if Trustee Turner between now and then is able to sharpen the ideas, give them a little bit more body. And then we could discuss that. The questions could be asked, well, what are we going to need here and what are we going to need there and how will this impact and so forth and so on. And then we can ask for that input from the administration.
Right. That's what I'm saying is,
Okay.
you know, unless you're adding on staff, which I don't think we are, we're rearranging staff. So let us know and we could look at that and tell you these are the options or not.
You'll be the first to know.
And one last comment. Also, anybody who watches this, we would love to hear from you. I don't know how to keep up with all the emails, but this is a great time to get a hold of all of us and let us know what we missed, what we need to think about, what you support. This is the time to give us feedback just the same way so that we can be really thinking through this as carefully as possible.
And the best way to do that is to send an email to the board clerk, who then is able to circulate that to all of us.
Which is clerk@blaineschools.org.
Or Vicky, you can email Vicky too. At her.
The public has conditioned us to reading 100 emails a day, so bring it on, please.
Right.
It was a pleasant surprise after my weekend trip to.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
I
I'll
second.
second that.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn will signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Thank
opposed, the ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Aye.